The more dangerous the place is, the more spirit herbs we might find in that herb garden. Chun Xiang was currently in need of those high-grade herbs. The more dangerous the place is, the more spirit herbs we might find in that herb garden. Chun Xiang was currently in need of those high-grade herbs. How dangerous? Asked Chun Xiang. He secretly rejoiced that he didn't go alone. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. When we arrive there, I will tell you. If there is indeed a herb garden there, I am sure that the spirit herbs there would be extraordinary. Who on earth did build a herb garden there? How long ago was it built? Hua Xiangyue was perplexed. I have looked for spirit herbs in the vicinity of that place and found many spirit herbs, all of which were comparatively rare. The best spirit herbs I have found were high-grade earth-level herbs. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiang was extremely excited. He said in a low voice, "It was left behind by Dan King, Li Tianjun." What? Hua Xiangyue cried in shock. Is that true? I am not lying. To be honest, I have found 2 such herb gardens already. Chun Xiang stated as he broke into mischievous laughter. No wonder a kid like you had so many herbs. So it was like this. Hua Xiangyue continued, sighing in lament. If you had found your sister Menger, you wouldn't have to come to me, right? Chun Xiang said, a smile on his lips. Of course not. I would have made you accompany me even then. He originally wanted to invite Lun Yuland and Xue Xianxian with him. Fortunately, he couldn't do. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome if they arrived at that dangerous place. This herb garden is in the king's mainland and hidden at such dangerous place. It wouldn't be that world's first mysterious realm, would it? Hua Xiangyue's eyes gave out radiant splendor, gazing at the map. Chun Xiang, shaking his head, said, It's not the top mysterious realm. It's just a herb garden. Many among the expert alchemists were aware of the matters of Dan King Li Tianjun, because he was a legendary figure in the mortal world. Not only was he famous in the mortal martial world, it was true in other worlds as well. Back then, when he was being hunted down, he had escaped to various worlds, where he left his precious alchemical knowledge. How can you be so sure? Hua Xiangyue asked as a frown crept up on her brow. The person who had given me this map told me that it was just a herb garden. Chun Xiang, pursing his lips, said, although Chun Xiang knew where the topmost mysterious realm was, he was still not planning to tell the others. Hua Xiangyue knew that there was a mysterious expert behind Chun Xiang, one with very high attainments in alchemy techniques, so high that they had Serpa said even hers. For now, she could only believe that Chun Xiang had been informed by that mysterious figure. Let's go, I am in a hurry. I have things to do. Hua Xiangyue, wearing the mask and burning the map, brought Chun Xiang out of the building. Hua Xiangyue was just like Su Meiyao. Both were quite captivating. That kind of charm was completely natural and none could resist it. Now, Chun Xiang, taking those jade-like hands of Hua Xiangyue, was slowly walking down the street. They currently looked like an affectionate couple. Little rascal, how are you planning to divide with me? When Hua Xiangyue felt Chun Xiang pulling her hand and rubbing his thumb on the back of her hand from time to time, feeling her smooth, beautiful hands, she could not help but snort in her heart repeatedly. Your share sure is there, but let's talk about it when we arrive there. Chun Xiang continued with a laugh. Don't we look like husband and wife who likes to travel around the world? Hua Xiangyue just let out a light harumph in response. However, they sure looked like one. Furthermore, she didn't abhor Chun Xiang feeling her hand. Hurry up! I really have something important to do. Hua Xiangyue started pulling Chun Xiang, increasing their speed. Were it not for the fact that they were in the king's capital, she would have used her fastest speed a long time ago. Chun Xiang asked in a low voice, What important thing? Can you tell me? Who are you again? Why should I tell you? Hua Xiangyue said, laughing charmingly. Hua Xiangyue continued to pull Qin Xiang through the streets and out of the king's capital just like this, chatting and laughing. Had it not been for many Nirvana realm experts in the city, Hua Xiangyue would not have been acting in such a low-key manner, because the matter of Herb Garden must be kept secret. After all, this was the king's mainland. If the forces of Diving Martial Palace saw them, they would recognize them for sure. After having made their way out of the city, they came to a secluded place, where Hua Xiangyue, dragging Qin Xiang, treaded the air, shooting through the sky. They were extremely fast, which made Qin Xiang marvel again and again. Furthermore, Hua Xiangyue wasn't emitting any kind of fluctuations whatsoever. Just like this, Qin Xiang was dragged at a breakneck speed above the clouds. If I don't accept such a captivating woman, the heavens won't tolerate it. Qin Xiang's heart started palpitating. Hua Xiangyue had always been wanting to become his maid. As long as he nodded, this captivating woman would be his slave. Thinking of this point, Qin Xiang's heart started to race in excitement. He felt that this matter didn't need Shui Xianxian's approval. After all, taking a maid was his decision. The herb garden was quite a bit far away. It would have taken him far longer than the time it took him to complete the last race. However, all it took half a day for Hua Xiangyue to complete one half of the journey. Only when Hua Xiangyue thought Qin Xiang won't be able to hold on did she stop. Even if Qin Xiang had reached the extreme state, moving at such speed and for so long, he was exhausted. Had it been an ordinary person, he would have long collapsed under that kind of pressure. Realizing that Hua Xiangyue was pressed for time, Qin Xiang felt ashamed and uneasy. Xiangyue, I am sorry. I have delayed your important things. Why are acting all polite with me now? In the future, if you need any kind of help, you can come to me anytime, regardless of anything. Hua Xiangyue handed a cup of scented tea to Qin Xiang. The flowers for the tea were personally planted and processed into the scented tea by her. Not everyone could drink it. After drinking the tea, Qin Xiang felt refreshed. According to Su Meiyao, middle-grade, profound-level spirit flowers were at the very least used to create this scented tea. They might not be valuable for the alchemy, but they could be used to create the scented tea. Now, Qin Xiang was thinking of taking her as his maid. However, he found it rather difficult to voice it out. He found it absurd, actually, the honorable chairwoman of Danxiang Taoyuan, the very alchemist who is well respected by Taik. An S of various mainlands actually wanted to be his maid. Then, if you need my help in anything, you can also tell me, regardless of anything. Although I am weaker than you in some aspects, I am better than you. Qin Xiang said, laughing. I need a few sets of resurrection Dan herbs. Of course, if you can give me that fruit of fortune, it would be for the best. Hua Xiangyue charmingly laughed. Qin Xiang stared at her blankly. He sure could give them, but it would need some time. What he was curious about was what Hua Xiangyue wanted to do with the resurrection Dan. Generally, only when one is crossing the nirvana tribulation or going to do something very dangerous, they would need it. Seeing Qin Xiang and pondering, Hua Xiangyue patted him on the shoulder. I was joking with you. Last time, you have given so many to Menger. You should not too many of them, right? You will need what's left. They would be very helpful to you in the future. Of course, if you trust me, I can refine Resurrection Dan for you. Hua Xiangyue believed that since Qin Xiang had chanced upon 2 of Dan King Li Tianjuan's herb garden, he must have some. Just now, she was just kidding. These herbs would be lifesavers for Qin Xiang. I will give them to you. However, I need some time, stated Qin Xiang, a smile on his lips. He had decided that after he had given these herbs to Hua Xiangyue, he would take her as his maid. It never crossed Hua Xiangyue's mind that Qin Xiang would agree. No need, you can keep them. I am not so poor. Hold on, we are about to enter the blood-lightning mountain sea. We can't fly there because the entire sky has red bolts of lightning everywhere. Furthermore, the mountains here are very tall and dark all around the year. Chun Xiang nodded. Pulling him, Hua Xiangyue continued to fly high up in the sky. After a short while, Qin Xiang heard deafening thunderclaps coming from the front before round after round of bolts of lightning filled his sight. Blood Lightning Mountain Sea. As the name dubbed it, there was nothing but mountains in Qin Xiang's sight, endless and endless sea of mountains, which were shrouded by thick dark clouds. The entire area was extremely dark. However, it was dyed red from time to time from the intermittent flashes of lightning, all of which were as red as blood. The entire range of mountains, under this BLOODY red light, looked extremely eerie. Blood Lightning Mountain Sea. As the name dubbed it, there was nothing but mountains in Chenxiang's sight, endless and endless sea of mountains, which were shrouded by thick dark clouds. The entire area was extremely dark. However, it was dyed red from time to time from the intermittent flashes of lightning, all of which were as red as blood. The entire range of mountains under this BLOODY red light looked extremely eerie. Hua Xiangyue landed on the ground, her face extremely serious. She pulled Qin Xiang closely as she started walking gingerly. "What is it?" asked Qin Xiang. Hua Xiangyue was in no way weak. She was an expert who had crossed 7 nirvana tribulations. Last time, when she had released that Paris, H.I. plussing golden body of hers, Yu Jianglin of Proud Sword Sect didn't dare to utter as much as a single word. Judging from how cautious Hua Xiangyue was acting, it was quite evident that the danger level of this place was extraordinary. "We have to cross this Blood Lightning Mountain Sea to reach that herb garden. This Blood Lightning Mountain Sea is spread over a vast area, so vast that the entire area is bigger than the area of 2 Qinwu mainlands combined. Furthermore, these mountains have formed a very huge circle, surrounding a large piece of land. This area is at least 5 to 6 times bigger than a mainland, and rarely anyone trace SES on this land, as this Blood Lightning Mountain Sea is extremely dangerous. TLN, think of the Blood Lightning Mountain Sea as the circumference of a circle." Qin Xiang had long known that King's mainland was very vast. However, he never thought that this place would be so bizarre and dangerous. So to say thus Blood Lightning Mountain Sea had created a barrier protecting the center, said Qin Xiang. Hua Xiangyue nodded her affirmation. Right, there are creatures in here called lightning beasts. These creatures are different from demon beasts. The demon beasts can evolve into spirit beasts, profound beasts, and then take a human form. However, these lightning beasts can't. They grow stronger by engulfing the blood, lightning, throughout the year. Their mind is filled with the urge to eat lightning and destructive thoughts. They are very violent creatures. Many are on par with the Nirvana realm cultivators. Qin Xiang drew a cold lump of air. He now came to know what Hua Xiangyue was afraid of. Let's go. If and when we encounter any kind of danger, you must escape. Hua Xiangyue, pulling Qin Xiang's hand, continued. Stay close to me. I have gone in once, I know the route. Qin Xiang was moved. Sister Xiangyue, you are really good to me. Hua Xiangyue said, harumphing tenderly. Of course, but you just don't seem to appreciate it. When did that happen? Didn't I say I will give you those herbs? That's a little token of my regards. It's you who don't appreciate it. Rebuked Qin Xiang. Keep them for yourself. I don't need them. She may have said this, but she was pleased in her heart. Indeed, she needed them very much, but she knew it was difficult to get such life-saving herbs were hard to come by. Qin Xiang might need them in the future, if and when he encountered any misfortune. Qin Xiang did not say anything. The decision he had taken would never be changed, no matter what. Not to mention, it wasn't anything difficult for him, it was just a matter of time. The fruit of fortune he had awarded had been handed to Su Meiyao for planting a while back, and after having poured a large amount of golden dragon saliva, it had already grown into a small tree. Hua Xiangyue sure was familiar with this place. Wherever she went, it wasn't struck by that red lightning. Only after entering this place did Chen Xiang came to realize the danger of this place. These red lightning bolts were BRIMMING with a vast amount of energy. Whenever they struck down, a huge mountain would surely be destroyed. Furthermore, the energy would also seep into the ground, causing the mountains to shake. Dense as these red bolts of lightning were, they rarely struck the ground. However, if someone were to fly high in the sky or get sensed by the red lightning, he or she would be out of luck. Chen Xiang wasn't afraid of lightning strikes at all. After all, when he had started cultivating the Azure Dragon Divine exercise, he needed to attract the lightning into his body sometimes. However, this blood lightning was far more different than ordinary lightning. Chen Xiang didn't know if he could endure them. Hua Xiangyue led Chen Xiang through the mountains for 3 days. All along the way, nothing happened. Nonetheless, Hua Xiangyue remained vigilant all the time. Chen Xiang didn't say anything along the way as well. Only when they were resting would he flirt with Hua Xiangyue a few times. Sister Xiangyue, I want to start refining middle-grade profound level dawn. If you find anything, please help me get them, stated Chen Xiang. You sure have come a long way so quickly. Hua Xiangyue praised Chen Xiang, nodding. Over these days, she had been taken advantage of by Chen Xiang quite a few times. Not only had Chen Xiang caressed her face, he had laid his hands on her thighs from time to time. Even those curvaceous B.U.T. talks of her had been felt a few times. After having rested, just as they took a few steps, the ground suddenly started shaking wildly. Many large pieces of boulders came rolling down the mountain. Flashes of red lightning had also filled the entire sky as peals of thunder deafened everything. The scene before them was simply terrifying. Chen Xiang raised his head to look, only to see bolts of red lightning madly coming down on a tall mountain, causing the ground to shake violently. A lightning beast is engulfing blood lightning there. Hua Xiangyue's stunning face turned serious as she looked at those glittering red snakes in the sky. The dark sea of mountains was dyed in glaring red. Flashes after flashes made the mountains extremely appalling. Furthermore, the deafening rumbles and roaring of the ground rang to no end. If someone with a weak heart was here, he would have fainted already. Hurry up! We have to escape this place quickly. Hua Xiangyue cried in an anxious voice. Just then, a red flash of lightning blazed in the sky before Chen Xiang was sent flying as he felt a warm energy coursing through his body. At this moment, the red lightning in the sky had disappeared. Much to their surprise, the one who had bolted down from that tall mountain turned out to be a red-armored giant. Furthermore, a small figure donning a red armor also stood behind him. These two red-armored figures looked extremely scary. From head to toe, their entire bodies were covered in thick red armor. From time to time, thin red arcs of lightning would glitter around their bodies as well. The biggest of the two was as tall as 3 men combined, while the smallest figure was still 2 heads taller than Chen Xiang. Apparently, it was Hua Xiangyue who sent Chen Xiang flying using her strength, and the place where Hua Xiangyue stood had red arcs of lightning running amok. Much to Chen Xiang's astonishment, these arcs of lightning had gathered into an array. From the memories, Chen Xiang recognized the array to be a ceiling-type array. Hua Xiangyue is in danger. Just when Chen Xiang wanted to rush over, Hua Xiangyue let out a tender snort before slamming her foot on the ground lightly. The ground shook momentarily as spider web-like cracks spread from her position, spreading towards all direction, and that array created by those arcs of lightning was subsequently destroyed. You go deal with that little brat. Leave this woman to me." The bigger red-armored giant caught the smaller red-armored man and threw him towards Qin Xiang. Upon seeing this, Hua Xiangyue took a leap gracefully, smacking a palm towards that smaller red-armored man. However, the bigger red-armored giant promptly waved his arm, releasing a red bolt of lightning. "Qin Xiang, be careful! Be careful of his blood lightning," Hua Xiangyue exhorted. At this moment, she was being attacked continuously by that red-armored giant with red lightning, forcing Hua Xiangyue to defend herself. That kind of lightning bolts were extremely fast and utterly powerful. Every time she blocked them, shock waves would immediately burst forth. At one glance, it was quite evident how powerful they were. Qin Xiang could see that the red-armored men were father and son. Surprisingly, the father was on par with Hua Xiangyue. As for how powerful the younger one was, it remained to be seen. "I have not eaten a human for a long time. Rumor has it that eating human flesh and drinking their blood would allow us to become stronger," said the red-armored figure standing before Qin Xiang, laughing in a gruff voice. Qin Xiang promptly took out the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade and said, a cold smile on his lips, "Want to eat me? Dream on! Don't underestimate the humans." Just as Qin Xiang's voice faded away, tens of red lightning bolts emerged from that red-armored figure and came flying at Qin Xiang, just like a hail of BL. "Oh, DY red arrows!" With a loud thunderclap, Qin Xiang hurriedly smacked a palm. The vigorous energy over his palm burst forth with an intense shockwave that promptly scattered the red lightning bolts fired by that red-armored boy. With a loud thunderclap, Qin Xiang hurriedly smacked a palm. The vigorous energy over his palm burst forth with an intense shockwave that promptly scattered the red lightning bolts fired by that red-armored boy. Qin Xiang had no idea whether these creatures were lightning beasts or not, as they looked much like humans. Moreover, they could speak as well. Only their act of engulfing the blood lightning bolts in this blood lightning mountain stated otherwise. What was most fearsome about them was their strength. They were dreadfully powerful. The bigger guy was even on par with Hua Xiangyue. The red-armored boy was slightly taken aback. He never imagined that this weak-looking human before him would actually be so powerful. That powerful shockwave not only scattered his attack, the shock had also messed up the energy in his body completely. "Qin Xiang, can you deal with that little guy? I will draw this big guy away. If I fight with him here, it will certainly affect you as well," Hua Xiangyue asked Qin Xiang with her divine sense. "I should be able to. How about you?" answered Qin Xiang. "Don't you worry, although these guys look similar to human after having evolved from lightning beasts. They are still stupid nonetheless." Hua Xiangyue smacked out a palm. It appeared very light, as if it held no power. However, the power that broke out from it suddenly shook the mountains and moved the earth. Bolts of red lightning broke out from that red-armored giant after having his chest attacked with that terrifying smack. The red-armored giant immediately became furious and roared like crazy. He kept on waving his palms arbitrarily, attacking Hua Xiangyue in a brutish manner. Although those strikes were faster, they were disorganized. Hua Xiangyue could easily dodge them with her agility. While at it, she could also lead him away from here. This way, she could also fight freely. The red-armored giant appeared to be extremely hot-tempered. He was very quickly angered by Hua Xiangyue. He kept on waving his palms arbitrarily. Bolts of red lightning were shooting out of his mouth as he chased after Hua Xiangyue, leaving this place. It took longer to describe, but all this happened in a very short time. Now, Qin Xiang knew that these red-armored men were evolved from lightning beasts. They might stand on 2 feet, they might speak as well, but they sure were a bit stupid. All they knew was to attack randomly, relying only on their strength. Nonetheless, they were fairly powerful, particularly that red armor of theirs. Qin Xiang had somehow landed an attack on him, but all it did was make that red-armored boy roar in anger. Nothing more, nothing less. One must bear in mind that had it been a brilliant grade weapon, it would have been damaged for sure. This guy's armor can mitigate a lot of power. It's not very tough on its own. It's just that a very unique energy is attached to it, which dissipates most of your power when you attack lands on it. Any kind of weapon would be ineffective against him, explained Long Shuai. Upon hearing Long Shuai, Chen Xiang put away the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade. This move of Chen Xiang astounded that red-armored boy. He broke into laughter as he said, "The human weapons are useless against me. I didn't expect you to sow perspective." While speaking, he showered those fists covered in red armor at Chen Xiang. His punches were laden with violent lightning energy. As they rumbled towards Chen Xiang, they also burst forth with lightning explosions. All Chen Xiang could do was escape as far away from him as possible. If he stayed close to those punches, he would suffer successive explosions, even if he avoided them. This guy thinks he is so clever. Chen Xiang was having a good laugh in his heart. Although the red-armored boy's attacks were incredibly fierce, they lacked any kind of control whatsoever. Even if Chen Xiang was far away, the red-armored boy kept on pounding at the ground like an idiot, thinking he could deter the enemy this way. While Chen Xiang was dealing with the red-armored boy, he was also looking for an opportunity. At the same time, he was also trying to understand the attack pattern of the red-armored boy. If the red-armored boy was facing some lightning beasts who didn't have high wisdom, he would be extremely powerful for sure. However, Chen Xiang was a human. He knew a great deal about martial techniques. These martial techniques could be used to restrain the enemy under all kind of different stances. Even if someone wasn't exceptionally powerful in many stances, he or she could restrain someone who was stronger than him or her with these martial techniques. This guy should have bones too, right? Gathering the universe true chi over his palm, Chen Xiang reached out at a terrific speed, grabbing the huge red palm that was hacking down just like a giant axe, holding on it ever so tightly. A thunderous crash immediately resounded across the sky. Just as Chen Xiang grabbed the wrist of that red-armored boy, it cut off the energy surging out from the red-armored boy's arm. The red-armored boy was unable to release that violent energy, even an itsy-bitsy bit, which caused an explosion in his arm. The red-armored boy let out a furious wail. His arm had actually been blown away by his own energy. His pieces of armor were scattered on the ground, and the ground was dyed with his blood. "So, you weren't that intelligent at all," Chen Xiang ridiculed as he took a step forward, whereas that crazed red-armored boy let out a roar in anger as he punched towards Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang took that giant fist head-on with his palm. When Chen Xiang's palm clashed with that punch, the earth around them collapsed completely as a loud thunderclap echoed in the sea of mountains. Puff! Chen Xiang spewed a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying from the aftershock. He could not help but admit that the violent energy released by that red-armored boy was extremely terrifying. It was an energy converted from the lightning energy. However, that palm strike of Chen Xiang was also extraordinary. Just as Chen Xiang crashed into the ground, he heard the terrified wail of the red-armored boy. The red-armored boy's arm was hanging down his shoulder because all the bones in his hand were gone. Transforming bone devil palm, a palm that could melt the bones instantly. Just now, Chen Xiang had used this very devil technique. He had also put his entire strength into it, melting those dy bones of red-armored boy completely. At this point, the red-armored had lost both of his arms. However, he could still spew red lightning bolts from his mouth. All his anger was poured on Chen Xiang in the form of red lightning bolts. Wherever those lightning bolts landed on the ground, giant pits appeared one after another. Chen Xiang could very easily dodge the attack of the red-armored boy now. Just in a few steps, Chen Xiang was by that red-armored boy's side. Chen Xiang struck his palms ever so quickly, hammering them on that STU. R. DY armor of red armored boy. The transforming bone devil palm's energy was extremely unique. It could seep through those pieces of armor and into the body of that red armored body, melting those STUR DY bones inside. Just a couple strikes had caused grievous injured to that red armored boy. At first, the red armored boy could still stand, but now he was lying on the ground, coughing up blood violently. Humph, if you had stayed on the hilltop, maybe you won't be in this state now. The big guy is going to accompany you soon. Chun Xiang burst into a cold laugh. Immediately, the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade appeared in Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang, infusing the blade with that terrifying dragon force, vigorously hacked down, shaking the ground slightly. A shrilling wail of red-armored boy immediately followed before that red-armored boy's head was separated from his body. After having eliminated the red-armored boy, Chun Xiang wiped the sweat on his brow. But suddenly, a ball of red light emerged from the red-armored boy's neck. A pellet flushed out from that beheaded neck, along with a fountain of blood. This ball of red light slowly rose into the air. At a glance, Chun Xiang could see that this pellet was the crystallized form of red lightning. It sure was good stuff. As Chun Xiang reached out to grab it, he felt the red crystal ball slightly tremble before a tingling current broke out from it. This thing can strengthen my azure dragon true chi. Chun Xiang was extremely delighted. Meanwhile, there were quite a bit of movements stirring far away. Even a few mountains had disappeared. Apparently, the fight between Hua Xiangyue and that red-armored giant was still not over yet. Hearing the furious howls coming from afar, Chun Xiang knew Hua Xiangyue had the upper hand. That red-armored giant had been forced to the point that he had gone angry. At this moment, Chun Xiang didn't dare to move closer, lest he dragged Hua Xiangyue. Hearing the furious howls coming from afar, Chun Xiang knew Hua Xiangyue had the upper hand. That red-armored giant had been forced to the point that he had gone angry. At this moment, Chun Xiang didn't dare to move closer, lest he dragged Hua Xiangyue. Soon after, the roar ceased to exist. After having waited for a short time, Chun Xiang finally saw Hua Xiangyue riding the air at a distance, flying towards him. Seeing Chun Xiang was all right, Hua Xiangyue heaved a sigh of relief. The same was true for Chun Xiang as well. He too was relieved upon seeing her. This made the two broke into laughter. So, you are finally concerned about me. At least you have a conscience. Hua Xiangyue patted Chun Xiang's chest. Then, she took out a big red as blood beat and handed it to Chun Xiang. Looking at the brilliant red aura emanating from this beat, Chun Xiang immediately took it and said with a laugh, "After all, you are my dear sister, of course. I will be worried about you. Thank you. This is blood lightning pearl. You should have also obtained a small one just like this when you killed that little guy. Since you cultivate lightning, it should be able to improve your lightning energy," said Hua Xiangyue, smiling charmingly. Afterward, she picked those pieces of red armor. Chun Xiang said, "What are you planning to do with these pieces of armor?" Taking all those scattered pieces of armor away, Hua Xiangyue said, "These pieces of armor are pretty good. I can ask Menger to help me reforge them into some armor. Let's go." We caused quite a bit of commotion here. Perhaps many powerful lightning beasts would be Russ. Plussing here. If we encountered a bunch of them, it will be dangerous for us. Hua Xiangyue, pulling Chun Xiang's arm, started running at breakneck speed. Only when they had reached far away from the earlier battlefield did she slow down. Along the way, Chun Xiang came to notice that Hua Xiangyue's complexion wasn't very good. Her face was extremely pale. There was a tightly knit frown on her brow, as well as if she was enduring some pain. Suddenly, Hua Xiangyue let out a tender cry as she fell down on the ground, grabbing her chest. Her face was incomparably pale, a grimace from pain evident on her face. Just a moment ago, Qin Xiang had noticed that there was something wrong with Hua Xiangyue. However, it never crossed his mind that her condition would be so serious that even with her strength, she fell down on the ground. "What is it?" Qin Xiang asked, anxious. He was at a loss as to what to do. He didn't know what happened to Hua Xiangyue. I have been poisoned," Hua Xiangyue said, weak and powerless. A panicked Qin Xiang very quickly calmed himself down. Acting all anxious would do Hua Xiangyue no good. Seeing the panic-stricken Qin Xiang a moment ago, Hua Xiangyue felt warm in her heart. As Qin Xiang pulled that slender arm on Hua Xiangyue's chest, he came to notice strands of black qi emerging from her chest. Indeed, it was a kind of poison. More importantly, tiny arcs of lightning were also flashed, plusing amid the black qi. "Why didn't you say anything?" Qin Xiang scolded in a low voice, glaring at Hua Xiangyue. Then he took out a small piece of HELL spirit GRAS and put it in her mouth. After having taken the HELL spirit GRAS, Hua Xiangyue looked a lot better. However, it won't last for long. "I have taken a detoxification Dan, but it was useless. It was the best detoxification Dan I can refine." Hua Xiangyue was also very worried at this moment, for she felt poison spreading within her body. Of course, she didn't want to die. TLN, previously in quite earlier chapters like near 40 or something, I have used dispelling poison Dan. I have changed the name to detoxification Dan. Hua Xiangyue was a grand alchemist who was second to none in Qinwu mainland. If the detoxification Dan refined by her couldn't remove the poison, whatever Qin Xiang did would all be useless for sure. This should be a kind of poison that can carry true qi with it. This kind of poison can pass through the true qi blockades inside someone's body. In other words, no matter how strong one's true qi is, he would be unable to block that poisonous true qi. Even if a couple of experts help you detoxify it together, they still won't be able to expel this kind of position. Explained by Yu. His elder sister was a poison expert. Naturally, she had a good understanding of poisons. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang's face lost all color, whereas Hua Xiangyue was looking at him with despair filling her eyes. Hua Xiangyue were extremely clear about her situation. This poison was extremely terrifying. Don't worry, there is still a way to remove it. All you have to do is suck it out. You have suppressing devil golden body. You are invulnerable to all poisons, said Su Meiyao. Listening to this, Qin Xiang's eyes immediately lit up. He hurriedly looked at Hua Xiangyue's chest and then reached out to her chest, tearing the garments over Hua Xiangyue's upper body without further ado. At the sight of those jiggling, beautiful white rabbits on Hua Xiangyue's chest and those shaking cherries on two snowy peaks, Qin Xiang could not help but took a deep breath. Hua Xiangyue was shocked. She immediately let out a tender cry. She shouted, ashamed, "Little rascal, what are you doing? UBASTARD, you are actually taking advantage of me in this dangerous situation. I am trying to save you." Qin Xiang took a glance at Hua Xiangyue's wound. Just right at the center of those snow-white peaks was a deep ravine, where there was a blackish red dot by the size of a thumb. Black qi and red bolts of lightning were emerging from it. Just as Hua Xiangyue wanted to curse Qin Xiang buried his head in between those marvelous snow-white peaks of her, sucking on her wound. Seeing this, she powerlessly blurted out, "Don't, you will die!" Hua Xiangyue began to feel the blood flowing out of her body at this moment. The poison in her body that was spreading at an Astonese plussing speed was being taken out bit by bit. She knew Qin Xiang was sucking the poison blood in her body. At this moment, her heart was aching more than the pain caused by the poison, for she believed Qin Xiang would die for sure. When she herself could not do anything against this poison, what could Qin Xiang, who was far weaker than her, do? Despite the fact that her upper garments of Hua Xiangyue had been ripped away by Chun Xiang completely, and even his head was buried in her chest, Hua Xiangyue didn't feel shy at all. On the contrary, all she felt was indescribable grief. She didn't want Qin Xiang to die for her. At this moment, Qin Xiang, on the other hand, was asking Long Shui to spread her divine sense into Hua Xiangyue's body, so that he could clearly know where the poisonous true qi was located. At the same time, it would also let him see up to what extent the poison in her blood had spread. This way, he could accurately suck the poison in Hua Xiangyue's body. In order to suck the poison quickly, Qin Xiang was even swallowing Hua Xiangyue's blood. Well, it was necessary, otherwise he would have to suck a mouthful first, then spit it out, and repeat this process again and again. But this would be far slower than the speed at which the poison was spreading. A vast quant. 1 tai of Hua Xiangyue's blood had been poisoned already. After Qin Xiang sucked away the poisoned blood, Hua Xiangyue's body was replenis. I plussing the blood at Nestones. I plussing speed. After all, she was a Nirvana realm expert. Her rate of recovery was extremely fast. Therefore, Qin Xiang had no qualms about sucking her blood away completely. What took Qin Xiang aback was Hua Xiangyue's blood was extremely powerful. When all was said and done, it was the blood of a Nirvana realm martial artist. After having sucked the blood into his body, his blood fused with it, strengthening his flesh and blood in the due process. At first, Hua Xiangyue was extremely worried. However, seeing Qin Xiang keep on going for so long, without any kind of repercussion, she heaved a sigh of relief before immediately letting out a tender harumph. Now that she wasn't so worried, she finally felt embarrassed. Said, for her upper body had been laid completely bare by Qin Xiang. Those marvelous and shapely peaks of her had been seen by Qin Xiang completely. Furthermore, Qin Xiang's face was being sandwiched between the two. Of course, Qin Xiang could feel his cheeks sandwiched by those soft and smooth peaks. He was quite enjoying it. Ah, little rascal, keep your hands off. Hua Xiangyue let out a tender shout suddenly, for Qin Xiang's hand was pressing on one of her snow-white peaks, needing it. You are doing it intentionally. Hua Xiangyue's face turned very red. However, she couldn't do anything whatsoever. All she could do was scold this little rascal. After all, Qin Xiang was risking his life to suck the poison out of her body, in her opinion. Qin Xiang was only kneading it lightly, which already made his blood to boil. However, he still had a bit of conscience. After savoring it a bit, he stopped. If continued, he was afraid Hua Xiangyue would ignore him later. After all, it was an act of violating her body. The things which Hua Xiangyue was worried about didn't happen. Qin Xiang groped her ravest I, plussing peek a bit, and stopped afterward, which gave her a little sense of disappointment. She never expected that Qin Xiang would actually forbear such a powerful temptation. The things which Hua Xiangyue was worried about didn't happen. Qin Xiang groped her ravest I, plussing peek a bit, and stopped afterward, which gave her a little sense of disappointment. She never expected that Qin Xiang would actually forbear such a powerful temptation. After 4 hours, Qin Xiang lifted his head finally and wiped the blood off his mouth. At the same time, he fixed his gaze at those towering snow-white rabbits of hers, his eyes burning with raging flames. Wisconsin I, plus ing to be burned away by Hua Xiangyue. Hua Xiangyue let out a cutesy harumph as she turned around hastily. She took out a long piece of cloth at once and wrapped it around her chest, and then put on a set of tights. Are you still not satisfied? Turning around once again, Hua Xiangyue stared at Qin Xiang grudgingly. Nope. Qin Xiang replied honestly. There was a perverted smile on his face. Humph. Hua Xiangyue gave a light snort before asking gently, You have sucked so much of my poison blood. Are you really all right? seeing those glittering beautiful eyes of Hua Xiangyue, full of concern. Qin Xiang broke into a laugh and assured, "I am invulnerable to all poisons. I am completely all right, don't worry." Recalling that shameful act from just a moment ago, Hua Xiangyue spat on the ground. "D-A-M-N-U, little rascal. You took so much advantage of me. How about I let you take recompensation?" said Qin Xiang, laughing. He started to undress. "What can you even compensate me with?" Hua Xiangyue tightly pinched Qin Xiang's waist. She pinched so tightly that Qin Xiang screamed in pain. At present, Hua Xiangyue had already recovered her strength. Having pinched Qin Xiang's waist for a bit, Hua Xiangyue's anger had finally vented off her anger. She then continued pulling Qin Xiang, shuttling through the dangerous blood, lightning mountain sea. "Xiangyue, yours are definitely bigger than Sister Menger's," Qin Xiang said all of a sudden. The scenes from just a moment ago were deeply etched into his mind already, especially the feeling of having his cheeks sandwiched by those two towering and shapely peaks. He had not played so much even with Xue Xianxians. All Xue Xianxian let him do was grope them a bit, that's all. Of course, Hua Xiangyue's were bigger than Xue Xianxian's. The sensation of touching them was simply exquisite. He praised them again and again. "Little rascal, you aren't allowed to speak of this anymore. And you can't tell about it to anyone, especially your sister Menger. You absolutely can't tell her," said Hua Xiangyue in a sweet voice. Qin Xiang laughed and said, "What? Didn't you show them to me back then yourself? Although at that time you were wearing a translucent dress, I still remember it. Not to mention, I was just sucking your poisoned blood. I wasn't sucking them anyhow." Hearing this, Hua Xiangyue's face turned red at once. She gripped Qin Xiang's wrist ever more tightly, so tightly that Qin Xiang gave out screams as if he was a pig that was on its way to the slaughterhouse. "Ah! Ah! The poison in my body is flaring up!" Screaming this suddenly, Qin Xiang intentionally fell down on the ground, giving a fright to Hua Xiangyue. Her face turned pale at once as she anxiously held Qin Xiang in her arms. She was completely terrified. "Little rascal, what happened to you? You are scaring me." Hua Xiangyue's current appearance was just like Qin Xiang's from a moment ago. At the sight of this, Qin Xiang was delighted in his heart. "Help! Help me suck the poison," begged Qin Xiang painfully. "Where should I suck?" asked Hua Xiangyue, anxious. At present, she didn't fear death. As long as Qin Xiang was alive, everything was fine for her. Qin Xiang, pointing at his mouth, said, "Here." Only when she noticed the strange gleam in Qin Xiang's eyes did she reacted. Clasping Qin Xiang's wrist, she inspected the condition of Qin Xiang's body just to be sure. As expected, she didn't find any poison at all. Furthermore, Qin Xiang's condition could not be any better. "Little rascal, you humph!" Hua Xiangyue pinched Qin Xiang's waist at once. Then she threw Qin Xiang back on the ground. Hearing those screams of Qin Xiang filled with emotions, she was sure Qin Xiang was playing her. Furthermore, he still wanted to cheat her into kissing him. Rubbing the place where he was pinched, Qin Xiang mischievous laughed and appeased Hua Xiangyue. "Sister Xiangyue, don't be angry, I was joking with you. Joking my head. How can you do this to me? I was very worried about you." Hua Xiangyue stamped her foot on the ground. "Little rascal, you are really bad." Qin Xiang grinned, stupidly. "Of course, I know that. I too am very concerned about you. I am sorry. Don't play any more tricks. Let's hurry up." Hua Xiangyue, after wiping the dust on Qin Xiang's face, continued pulling Qin Xiang. "Sister Xiangyue, why do you want to be my maid? I never understood this point, apart from joking. Why would a woman of your stature want to do this?" asked Qin Xiang. He had asked these questions a few times, but every time Hua Xiangyue brushed him off with perfunctory answers. "I will not tell you this for now. Do you want to take me as you maid now?" Hua Xiang Yue asked, laughing. Are you going to agree? Chun Xiang had already planned everything. He was just waiting until he had prepared gifts for her. Hua Xiangyue mischievously smiled. Don't worry, my proposal will remain effective perpetually. Chun Xiang got immediately excited. After you become my maid, will you listen to my every command like... Sensing the powerful fluctuations coming from those slender arms of Hua Xiangyue, Chun Xiang didn't continue anymore. Of course, I will listen to you, but only if you are stronger than me. Currently, you can't eat me. Hua Xiangyue's face flushed red as she unconsciously recalled those previous acts. Chun Xiang said, Just wait for some time. I will take you as my maid soon. Let me do some preparations. What preparations? I can become your maid right now. Hua Xiangyue asked, extremely curious. I am not telling you for the moment. A mysterious smile appeared on Chun Xiang's lips. In order to take such a stunner, he must prepare some decent gifts. After all, Chun Xiang was someone who was very keen on face saving. This blood lightning mountain sea was extremely dangerous for sure. If an extreme state expert went alone, it would be quite difficult for him to even come out. Had it not for Chun Xiang, even Hua Xiangyue might have died from poison. There were far too many species of lightning beasts in here. The very first lightning beasts they encountered that had evolved to the point that they resembled humans were extremely strong. Not only could they utilize the dreadful power of red lightning bolts, they also possessed a kind of strange poison. When Chun Xiang was fighting with the red-armored boy, he had been attacked with poisonous lightning attack a few times, but as he was invulnerable to poison, he didn't feel anything. On their way, Hua Xiangyue and Chun Xiang were exceptionally cautious, yet they had encountered many lightning beasts, sometimes in groups as well. They were extremely powerful. In order to avoid any mishap from happening, all they could do was evade them, again and again, trying not to cause any conflict with these lightning beasts. After 10 days of shuttling through the blood lightning mountain sea, Hua Xiangyue and Chun Xiang finally arrived at the region surrounded by the blood lightning mountain sea. This place was very rich in spirit chi. Furthermore, many ancient towering trees were also growing here. Any one of those trees would require over 100 men to hug its trunk together. This kind of trees contributed most to the entire forest. Moreover, there were many strange flower and GRAS also growing here. This is called sacred ancient land. I heard that many Nirvana realm martial artists had come here, but apart from these ancient trees and beasts, they didn't find any legendary sacred land, said Hua Xiangyue. Currently, she and Chun Xiang were resting atop a towering tree. Chun Xiang asked Long Shui to look around and see if there was someplace that was different from the others. Chun Xiang asked Long Shui to look around and see if there was someplace that was different from the others. So, Sister Xiangyue, you have also come here before, right? Didn't you find anything? Asked Chun Xiang. I came here looking for herbs, so of course I found many of them. However, these trees and those strange flowers and SES are mostly found here. I didn't find any herb garden whatsoever. Furthermore, there aren't any mountains here, so all I could do was circle a few times here and there, answered Hua Xiangyue. Chun Xiang thought that this place wasn't that simple. For this place to get a name like Sacred Ancient Land, it sure would have something special about it. He could not help but associate it with Wu Canghong. Wu Canghong was the human king. If this place was truly the Sacred Ancient Land, it was quite possible for Wu Canghong's clan to originate for this place. However, Wu Canghong himself gave Chun Xiang this map. He must have seen the map, but why didn't he say anything to Chun Xiang at all? Be that as it may, Chun Xiang still believed this place could quite possibly be the birthplace of human king family. Calling it Sacred Ancient Land won't be wrong at all then. The trees in here are quite big. One can simply live on these trees. Chun Xiang looked about for the trees that were far apart. The canopies of these towering trees were simply too big and dense. They were blocking the sunlight completely. The ground was completely dark and dim. Nonetheless, the air was very fresh here. That's what I am saying. There aren't any good stuff here. Even the herbs are fewer. Last time I visited this place, I was very disappointed, said Hua Xiangyue. As an alchemist, searching of the spirit herbs was a very distressing matter. Sometimes an alchemist would spend many years searching for just one herb, but even then he won't find it. Therefore, alchemists like Hua Xiangyue had traveled to many places. Qin Xiang broke into a laugh and said, "Perhaps you, Nirvana realm martial artists, were too stupid to found that herb garden." Currently, Hua Xiangyue had taken up a skeptical attitude. Had it not been for the danger here, she would not have accompanied Qin Xiang. Those lightning beasts don't seem to come in here. Hua Xiangyue nodded her affirmation and said, "They can't venture too far away from the blood lightning mountain sea. If they have taken the baptism of lightning even for one day, they won't be able to survive. Therefore, if you are targeted by those guys, as long as you come here, you will be safe." Qin Xiang was even more doubtful. He felt that the birth of those lightning beasts in the blood lightning mountains sea was certainly not accidental. In that case, those lightning beasts are protecting the sacred ancient land. Maybe a clan or something is hiding here. Hua Xiangyue, shaking her head, said, "I have spent 2 years here, apart from these towering trees and those strange flowers and GRS. SES, I didn't see anything whatsoever." After resting for a while, Qin Xiang stretched his tired body. Suddenly, he discovered that his body had strengthened a lot. "Xiangyue, your blood was really sure. It actually strengthened my body so much. I feel that I can enter the 14th level of a mortal and devil body very soon." "What?" Hua Xiangyue let out a cutesy cry and said, "You are in the 14th level of the immortal and devil body." Qin Xiang smiled in satisfaction and said, "Impressive, right?" Hua Xiangyue suddenly recalled the time when Qin Xiang was helping her sucking the poisoned blood. Her face turned red immediately. She felt warm in her heart, but she was also feeling a bit ashamed. At that time, that really was an extremely embarrassing situation for her. "Let's go. After we have found that herb garden, Sister Xiangyue, you can return first." "I will stay here for some time," said Qin Xiang. He wanted to see what kind of secret this place was hiding. In any case, he also needed some time to plan the herbs for refining Resurrection Dan, as well as the Fruit of Fortune. Hua Xiangyue immediately refused. "Not possible. You have to return with me. It will be too dangerous for you to stay here. At that time, how will I explain it to Menger?" Qin Xiang could only agree. All right. Since he had come here once, it would be quite easy for him to come here later again, for he had the Luo Tian door. As long as he recorded the coordinates of this place, he could directly enter here by shuttling through SPAC. While he was thinking over this point, he suddenly wondered whether there were some coordinates of this place marked on the Luo Tian door, for Luo Tian door was given to him by the human king Wu Canghong. By now, Qin Xiang had already come to trust Hua Xiangyue. Naturally, he didn't have to worry about the revelation of Luo Tian door's secret. Thence he took it out immediately. Noticing Qin Tiang taking out a small stone disc, which also had some spirit patterns as well as ancient characters on it, Hua Xianyue's curiosity was piqued. "What's this?" asked Hua Xiangyue. "A good thing. Had I known that the Blood Lightning Mountain Sea would be so dangerous, I would not have asked you to take risks with me." Hey, but had it been not so, perhaps I would not have been able to take advantage of you," said Qin Xiang, a perverted smile on his face. These days his mind had been preoccupied with that attractive and shapely body of Hua Xiangyue, as well as that marvelous feeling of touching her. "Little rascal, don't you dare talk about that again." Hua Xiangyue gave a tender snort as she punched on Qin Xiang's chest, but she didn't use any strength. Chun Xiang cracked a smile as he began to pour his divine sense into the Luo Tian door. What took him by surprise was that he really found the coordinate of a place just inside the sacred ancient land. He could not help but scold himself for being so stupid. Wu Canghong was originally a resident of King's Mainland. Most of the coordinates recorded should be of King's Mainland. He should have thought of using this Luo Tian door from the start. At this time, Chun Xiang took a look at the recorded coordinates of the King's Mainland. Sure enough, there were many places recorded all across the entire King's Mainland. He felt that it was necessary for him to get a complete map of King's Mainland to see what places are recorded by Wu Canghong. Maybe he would find some good thing. At this moment, the rings of that rock disc in Chun Xiang's hand started to rotate automatically as his true qi was drawn by it suddenly. Immediately, a beam of light shot out from the center of the disc towards the front before a gate was formed. At the sight of this, Hua Xiangyue was flabbergasted, for she could sense the power of S.P.A.C. from it. To her surprise, Chun Xiang had opened a S.P.A.C. door. This is magical equipment. Hua Xiangyue asked, surprised. A senior gifted this to me. Impressive, right? Let's go. Chun Xiang, pulling Hua Xiangyue, stepped into that Luo Tian door. In Hua Xiangyue's cognition, only some martial artists could open a S.P.A.C. door, and that too by using some impressive martial technique and expending almost all of their strength. Even Hua Xiangyue could do this, but she could not traverse a large distance, just a bit. Furthermore, it would deplete a large amount of her true qi. After having entered Luo Tian door, Chun Xiang and Hua Xiangyue arrived at a heap of ruins, which astounded Hua Xiangyue extremely. We are still in sacred ancient land. Hua Xiangyue, gazing at those dilapidated stone buildings, many of which had collapsed. From the looks of it, they seemed to have been destroyed due to an intense battle. These buildings were very tall. Just a brick was the size of a house. It was quite clear that the people who used to live here were very powerful. They were the first royal family of the human clan. Looking about, Chun Xiang spotted some humongous trees in a distance. Evidently, they were still in sacred ancient land. Furthermore, at the edge of this ruin, he also noticed many spirit patterns on the ground. Some of these spirit patterns were still exuding a weak energy. These ruins have been protected by an array. That must be why no outsiders have been able to discover them, said Chun Xiang. Looking about the ruins, Hua Xiangyue knit her brow tightly. She pulled Chun Xiang's closer, for she felt that this place was filled with a terrifying aura. Looking about the ruins, Hua Xiangyue knit her brow tightly. She pulled Chun Xiang's closer, for she felt that this place was filled with a terrifying aura. Where in Hell are we? Hua Xiangyue looked to Chun Xiang. This should be where the most ancient tribe, the human king family, used to live. The entire sacred ancient land may very likely be the birthplace of them. Chun Xiang could also feel an appalling aura in here. The reason Hua Xiangyue never found this place when she came here last time was because this place was hidden by an array. What's more was that this place was in ruin, yet had been hidden by a strong array for as long as 100,000 years. One could surely reckon that some very impressive thing was here. After having a bad premonition, Chun Xiang immediately activated the Luo Tian door and opened a gate. Hurry up! Pulling up Hua Xiangyue, Chun Xiang hurriedly entered that door. At the same time, they heard an ear-deafening roar coming from behind as they were assailed with a horrifying aura, raising the hair all over their body. A dragon! Long Shui exclaimed. However, from its aura, that dragon doesn't belong to my imperial dragon family. Maybe it's a low-ranked dragon who had evolved from a flood dragon. However, it should still be one of most terrifying existence for the mortal world. Much to Chun Xiang's surprise, it turned out to be a dragon. Hearing this, he was immediately filled with an inexplicable excitement, for he was cultivating the Dragon Slayer's divine martial techniques, which were specially created to slay a dragon. He very much wanted to try these Dragon Slayer's techniques. However, he couldn't for now, as that dragon was very strong, so strong that it scared Hua Xiangyue to the point that her face had gone pale. I truly didn't expect that there would be a dragon in the mortal world. Fortunately, you, this little rascal, were smart enough to retreat. Hua Xiangyue was still in a state of shock. She was panting for breath. She was a powerful expert in the mortal world, yet facing a horrifying beast like a dragon, she was feeling powerless. Now, Chen Xiang and Hua Xiangyue came to know that the Blood Lightning Mountain Sea was created artificially by someone, all in order to make sure that no one would enter this place. If some powerful array grandmaster entered this place, they just might find the array that was imprisoning that dragon, and maybe, due to their curiosity, they might open the array. At that time, it would be a disaster for the mortal martial world. It seems that the Human King family had imprisoned that dragon. That family sure is very powerful, Hua Xiangyue marveled as a sigh leaked from her mouth. Of course, what astounded her the most was the fact that the disc in Qin Xiang's hand could open a SPAC door. That senior did not allow me to divulge anything about me. So, I can't tell you anything, maybe in the future, stated Qin Xiang, helpless. Don't sweat it. I am not going to force you to tell me. Can we also leave with this thing? Hua Xiangyue asked. But of course, I can return to the Qinwu mainland with this. If I am strong enough, I can go even cross this world, answered Qin Xiang. He very much wanted to check other worlds out. Hearing that he could travel to the other worlds, even Hua Xiangyue was excited. Traveling to the other world wasn't that simple. Only some powerful array grandmaster could travel to the other world through a huge teleportation array. Also, if one found a rift in SPAC and could resist the wear and tear inside it, one could traverse to another world. But this way, it would be very difficult to return to the original world, vast as the mortal martial world was, as far as those tyke. And us who had lived for tens of thousands of years, it was very small. Take Hua Xiangyue, for instance. She had traveled to many mainlands to find herbs over the years. Is that herb garden also inside an array? Asked Hua Xiangyue. Otherwise, such a huge herb garden in here would have been found by her for sure. Qin Xiang, shaking his head, said it should be. However, the herb garden is under the ground. When we came in, I am afraid no one would have the expected for the good stuff to be under the ground. Hua Xiangyue gave out a light snort as she said, Who would have expected, huh? Very soon, Qin Xiang found a tree with some symbol following the map. Though many years had come and gone, the symbol was still there. Spotting a small Li character on the thick trunk, Hua Xiangyue knew that the entrance of that herb garden was inside this tree. This forest was so huge. Furthermore, these kind of trees were countless in numbers. Who would notice a character that was just the size of a finger? Li Tianjun was not just a Dan King. He was very impressive when it comes to array and refining equipment as well. If he wanted to make this kind of stuff, it would be a piece of cake for him. Qin Xiang had a refining weapon scroll. Since he had gotten the memories of 4 array grandmasters, he had come to realize how impressive those complex spirit patterns inside it are, and why Lu Menger was so fascinated by them. All in all, those spirit patterns were terrific and very esoteric. Qin Xiang, with his finger, pushed the Li character, and it was pushed in very easily. Without the map or the instruction, no one would know that there was a mechanism in here. Just as the finger was pushed in, a glowing white door appeared on the trunk of that tree. Seeing this, Hua Xiangyue was excited. She reckoned that the herb garden had many rare and precious herbs. Let's go in. Qin Xiang, pulling Hua Xiangyue's hands, went in. As soon as they stepped into the door, the gate closed and immediately disappeared. And when they got inside, Qin Xiang's and Hua Xiangyue's eyes were dazzled with bright light as they caught sight of a spiral staircase heading down. The staircase led very deep under the ground. At the end of the staircase, Xiang and Hua Xiangyue saw a stone door. When they opened the door, a very long Pa-S sage was presented before them, and the rocks on either side of Pa-S sage lit up with white light automatically. What a great place! Xiang took a deep breath, for the spirit chi here was extremely rich. Aha! I think that the soil of the herb garden had already transformed into spirit soil. This soil is best for planting spirit herbs, stated Hua Xiangyue. At this moment, Xiang and Hua Xiangyue were extremely excited. Both of them were alchemists. Those rare and precious herbs were extremely tempting to them. After all, those were the herbs left behind by a Dan King. They sure weren't going to be ordinary. Moreover, Dan King Li Tianjun had entered the first mysterious realm once, which had countless precious herbs. He must have had obtained a lot of them. As Xiang and Hua Xiangyue arrived at the end, an iron gate with a keyhole entered their sight. Seeing this, just as Hua Xiangyue wanted to blast the door open with her palm, Xiang hurriedly stopped her as he said, smiling, "I have the key here." The key was universal. It could open all the doors of herb gardens left behind by Li Tianjun. Once Xiang pushed in the key and gave it a twist, the iron gate opened on its own. Xiang's and Hua Xiangyue's nerves stretched thin. They held their breath as they watched the iron gate open slowly. But as soon as the dense spirit chi blew on their faces, they became extremely excited, especially when the rich fragrance of spirit GRA S and flowers S sailed their noses. Once the gate opened, Xiang and Hua Xiangyue could see the beautiful herb garden clearly. There were many flowers and trees inside. Just with one glance, they recognized some extremely rare spirit herbs. But just as they went in, they saw an elder looking at them with a jovial smile on his face. Much to their shock and horror, someone was actually inside. Apparently, the old man appeared to have already foreseen Xiang and Hua Xiangyue's arrival. Therefore, he wasn't taken by surprise a bit. Xiang and Hua Xiangyue, on the other hand, could not comprehend as to why there was someone here in this enclosed SBAC for many years. Apparently, the old man appeared to have already foreseen Xiang and Hua Xiangyue's arrival. Therefore, he wasn't taken by surprise a bit. Xiang and Hua Xiangyue, on the other hand, could not comprehend as to why there was someone here in this enclosed SBAC for many years. At first, Hua Xiangyue thought that this old man was the Dan King Li Tianjun. However, Xiang knew the Li Tianjun had already gone to the heavenly realm. Even Wu Canghong knew him. "Who are you?" asked Xiang, vigilance clearly written on his face. He and Hua Xiangyue just couldn't see through this old man's strength. The elderly was wearing an old and worn dress. Nonetheless, he was dressed very neatly. Also, there was an amiable smile on his face as he replied, "I am someone who has been waiting for you." Only at this time did Xiang and Hua Xiangyue came to notice that the place which was full of spirit herbs was protected by an array, and a very powerful one at that. Deep as the herb garden under the earth this place was just like a mysterious realm. One could see the blue sky. "Why have you been waiting for us here?" asked Xiang once more. "Since the time this herb garden was built, I have been waiting for you. Right, this herb garden was built by my teacher. I have been looking after it for a very long time. I have already forgotten as to how many years had Pa-S said the old man, a smile still on his face. Xiang and Hua Xiangyue were shocked once more. To their surprise, this old man was Dan King Li Tianjun's apprentice. "No need to worry, you can get these herbs, however, you have to Pa-S the test," the old man stated. Xiang and Hua Xiangyue glanced at each other momentarily before Xiang asked, "What test?" Noticing that Xiang and Hua Xiangyue were tightly holding each other's hand, the old man asked doubtfully, "Are you husband and wife? Or brother and sisters? The gap between your strength is too big. Only if the man is stronger than the woman, it's justifiable." Chun Xiang cracked a smile and said, "That's right, we are husband and wife." Hey, kid, don't lie to me. Although I may not have exited this place for many years, the outside world should not have gone through such tremendous changes. That old man shook his head, smiling. Hua Xiangyue rolled her eyes at Qin Xiang as she let go of Qin Xiang's hand and said, "He and I are just friends." "What's the test exactly? If it's dangerous, we won't do it." "It's not dangerous. All you have to do is compete with me in alchemy. You can use the spirit herbs in this herb garden for the compet. One Tian. Furthermore, you have to refine the Dan which I tell you to. Only when you have said my test will you have the qualifications to have this herb garden. This isn't too much, right?" the old man said, looking at Hua Xiangyue. He was secretly astounded by the fire energy emanating from Hua Xiangyue's body. He could see that Hua Xiangyue was a very powerful flame expert. Furthermore, she was extremely powerful. Evidently, she was a high-level alchemist. As for Chun Xiang, he was completely disregarded by the elder. This put Qin Xiang ill at ease. "No problem. However, your rules can't be too harsh. You can't ask me to refine an immortal Dan." "Okay," said Hua Xiangyue. The elderly nodded his acknowledgement and asked, "What the highest level of Dan you can refine?" "Middle grade, heaven level Dan," Hua Xiangyue said dismissively. But this shocked the H.E.L. out of Qin Xiang and that elderly. From the beginning, Chun Xiang believed that Hua Xiangyue's limit should be a low-grade heaven-level Dan, because the one who could refine a middle-grade heaven-level Dan was a Dan ancestor. Just one level above the Dan ancestor was Dan King, and that was the limit of the mortal world alchemists. Although there was only a gap of one level between Dan King and Dan ancestor, it was rarely used in the mortal world. Even if one could refine high-grade heaven-level Dan, one would still be referred to as Dan ancestor. More importantly, Hua Xiangyue was a female, a young, beautiful, and very powerful female. She had very bright prospects. "Very good. I will lay down the rules to you, and then I will compete with you." At this moment, the old man was extremely excited. Back then, his teacher had asked him to remain here, and he had given his promise. However, having been stayed here alone for many years, he was bored to death. It was rare for someone to come here. The old man had been delving in alchemy all day, and now that he had met a strong opponent, of course, he would want to test himself against Hua Xiangyue. "Senior, are you Dan King, Li Tianjuan's apprentice? Can I please have your good name?" asked Qin Xiang. He also wanted to compete with this old man. It was impossible for him to play with high-level Dan, but if it was a profound level Dan, he was very confident. After all, he was labeled as the top youngest alchemist of the mortal martial world. The old man nodded as he answered, "I was adopted by my teacher, so I have my teacher's surname. My name is Li Baojun. What about yours?" "Qin Xiang." Hua Xiangyue. Li Baojun continued, "Don't worry, I won't ask you to compete with me in refining heaven-level Dan. Refining that kind of Dan depends a lot on luck. Furthermore, we can't see your level using that kind of compet. One Tian. What's more, it needs a lot of time and wastes far too many herbs. Seniorly, I don't want to say this, but that map was found by me. I think both of us should be tested. I have also learned alchemy for 10 years, stated Qin Xiang. Li Baojun simply had not expected Qin Xiang, this little rascal, to compete in alchemy. He could see that Qin Xiang was very young and very weak as well. According to his estimation, Qin Xiang should be 30 to 40 years old, and definitely nowhere good in alchemy. Hua Xiangyue had discovered that Li Baojun was underestimating Qin Xiang and was also secretly dissatisfied with him. She very much admired Qin Xiang's alchemy. If it was a compet, one tie-in of refining low-level Dan, she would candidly admit defeat. Indeed, it was him who brought me with him. If we got this herb garden, whether he shares with me or not completely depends on his mood. Hua Xiangyue said, a smile on her lips. Li Baojun furrowed his white brows. He felt that this world has changed too much. To his surprise, an ant-like kid could order a woman who was extremely good, strength-wise and alchemy-wise both. Furthermore, this woman was still as beautiful as a flower, as heavenly as a fairy. He could not help but think that there was something wrong with Hua Xiangyue's head. Nonetheless, Li Baojun was a principled man. The herb garden had to be handed out, but only those who could pass the test would have the qualifications to have this herb garden. Very well, I am a bit reluctant, but I will allow you two to compete with me. I alone will compete with you too. If you can't defeat me, you don't deserve to have this herb garden, said Li Baojun. There were many spirit herbs in the herb garden. The highest ranked were high-grade earth-level herbs, and the lowest level of herbs were still for refining true elemental Dan, white jade Dan, and other similar Dan. Furthermore, there were also herbs for refining building foundation Dan, 5 elements true elemental Dan, life elemental Dan, and many other low-grade, profound-level Dan. There were also some herbs for middle-grade and high-grade, profound-level Dan, but not much. Don't worry, the compet 1. Tie-in will be very fair. If you won 2 out of 3 games, then victory will be yours. The side which won 2 rounds first would be the winner. Kid, what is the highest level of Dan you can refine? Li Baojun asked. Chunxiang replied, low-grade, profound level. Li Baojun was stupefied. From the beginning, he believed that what Chunxiang could refine at most was high-grade, spirit-level Dan. But he didn't expect him to enter this level at his age. Of course, it was not that such people didn't exist. It was just that they were very rare. In this huge mortal martial world, there weren't many people who could refine low-grade, profound-level Dan at Chunxiang's age. Wait, I just thought of a better way to compete. It will guarantee the fairness, and at the same time, it will allow us to display our alchemy level, stated Li Baojun. There was an arbor inside the herb garden. Chunxiang and Hua Xiangyue were sitting here. They were drinking a sweet and fragrant tea as they wait for Li Baojun to come up with the method for competing. There was an arbor inside the herb garden. Chunxiang and Hua Xiangyue were sitting here. They were drinking a sweet and fragrant tea as they wait for Li Baojun to come up with a method for competing. Chunxiang was caressing Hua Xiangyue's straight and long hair. Yet Hua Xiangyue didn't object. She only used her charming eyes to look at him. In her eyes, Chunxiang was like a kid, but sometimes he was very manly as well. Little rascal, after I return, I will be going into a closed-door training for some time. If you are troubled with something in the future, you should go and look for Menger, said Hua Xiangyue. As Chunxiang wanted to give Hua Xiangyue a few sets of resurrection Dan herbs and a fruit of fortune, he asked, how long are you going to train in seclusion? What should I do if I come across a serious matter and wanted to look for you? Go straight to Danxiang Taiyuan and look for me in the restricted area directly. Only those who have my permission can enter it. Hua Xiangyue took out a white pearl and handed it to Chunxiang. When you reach there, take this pearl out and you will be able to enter safely. Also, after coming in, please don't yell. I will know when someone comes in immediately, Hua Xiangyue continued. Chunxiang nodded as he took that pearl and started playing with it. Senior Li, as the protector of this herb garden, you must have gotten many spirit herbs, right? Chunxiang shouted towards a nearby pond, where Li Baojun was sitting, ruminating. Li Baojun answered, of course, I am familiar with many herbs, but I can only pick herbs after I have planted them first. However, most of these are low-level spirit herbs. Kid, stop bothering me. Just adjust your state while you still have the time. Chunxiang pursed his lips and continued to play with Hua Xiangyue's silky black hair, for there was a sweet aroma coming from them. Sister Xiangyue, why do you smell so nice? Is it natural? Chunxiang broke into laughter and continued, your blood also smelled very sweet. Hua Xiangyue gave a twist to Chunxiang's arm. Don't mention that matter again. Recalling the shameful scene of Chunxiang lying on her chest, sucking her blood. Her cheeks turned charming red as she looked at the mischievously smiling Qin Xiang. "You truly smell so good. If I sleep while hugging you, I will get a sound sleep for good." While Qin Xiang was making blind and disorderly conjectures, he got a knock on his head by Hua Xiangyue once again. Li Baojun didn't look over. However, with both of them flirting around him, he was simply unable to calm himself down. What he found it incomprehensible was as to why a beautiful and charming girl like Hua Xiangyue was with a little rascal like Qin Xiang. "Quiet down a bit, will you?" said Li Baojun. "Thinking of just one method for so long, how boring!" Qin Xiang blurted out in a low voice, and this made Li Baojun feel disgusted by Qin Xiang secretly. He decided that he would not show mercy and teach Qin Xiang, this little rascal, a ruthless lesson. When Qin Xiang and Hua Xiangyue had waited for 2 or some hours, Li Baojun shouted aloud, "I have finished thinking, come here." When Qin Xiang and Hua Xiangyue had come over, Li Baojun continued, "Brat, since all you could refine is low-grade, profound-level dawn, I had to use every cell of my brain. I have only come up with 2 methods. If after these 2 rounds there is still a need for the 3rd round, I will think of something again." Qin Xiang said in contempt, "After thinking for so long, you can only come up with 2 games. It's best 2 out of 3 games. If I won 2 games in a row, then I will win. I won't have to come up with the 3rd game," said Li Baojun. "You are really good." Qin Xiang was rendered speechless. Li Baojun continued, "The concept of the game is not complicated, it's very simple. The first round consists of refining a low-grade, profound-level Dan. We will see whose speed of refining and grade of Dan refined is better. This will show us the alchemy level of an alchemist for a Dan. We will compete in refining the 5 elements true elemental Dan. I have a lot of its herbs here. Furthermore, it is comparatively difficult to refine Dan among the low-grade, profound-level Dan. However, this is disadvantageous to you because I am a high-level alchemist. Therefore, it would be better for this girl to compete with me. Anyway, it's for you to decide." Li Baojun believed that competing with Qin Xiang would be an utmost insult to him. Noticing the disdainful look in Li Baojun's eyes, Qin Xiang secretly swore that he would definitely beat this old man, who doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth goes to the ground. "I have 40 set of 5-element true elemental Dan's herbs here, all of which will be placed here. The first round will continue until all the herbs are completely refined. We will use the 40 set of herbs at the same time. That is to say, if you are slower than me, then you will definitely get fewer herbs than me. In other words, if I am faster than you, I can refine 30 sets, 35 sets," explained Li Baojun. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang and Hua Xiangyue were secretly laughing in their heart. As soon as they heard the rules of the first round, they knew their victory was set in stone. At the same time, they also came to despise Li Baojun. If it had been a tie-in between alchemists of the same level, it sure would have been extremely fair. However, when it was a tie-in between a high-level alchemist and a low-level alchemist, the high-level alchemist had a huge advantage, for he was faster, and as such he would be able to refine far more than the low-level alchemist. Of course, Qin Xiang and Hua Xiangyue understood very clearly that Li Baojun was doing this so that he could compete with Hua Xiangyue. "Do you have any problem with this?" asked Li Baojun. "Not at all." Qin Xiang and Hua Xiangyue answered at the same time. If they had a problem, it would be even stranger. Had it been other low-level alchemists, he would lose for sure. However, Qin Xiang was different. Even Hua Xiangyue believed that she herself wasn't Qin Xiang's match. "What about the second round?" asked Hua Xiangyue. "In the second round, we will refine 3 common low-grade, profound-level dawn, and we will judge from a comprehensive perspective, for instance, the grade of dawn, the speed of refining, the number of dawn refined. We alchemists can judge these points ourselves. At that time, we ourselves will know who is the winner and who is the loser," Li Baojun said. "Do you have any problem with this?" Qin Xiang and Hua Xiangyue shook their heads. In their heart, they were having a good laugh because Chan Xiang had a fair good chance of winning the 2 rounds. "Old man, you lose," said Qin Xiang in his heart. Li Baojun immediately took out the 40 sets of 5 elements true elemental Dan herbs and placed them in a single basket. They were all placed randomly. If one wanted to take the herbs, he would have to pick them himself. More importantly, there were many herbs of poor quality as well. Now, we will pick a set from them, and then begin refining at the same time. So, have you decided who is going to compete with me? Li Baojun asked. "I will," said Qin Xiang. Hearing this, Li Baojun's brow was lined with deep frowns. He looked at Hua Xiangyue, only to see no objection coming from Hua Xiangyue, none at all. "Sigh, it isn't good for the younglings to be too compet. One tithe." Li Baojun shook his head as he said, disappointed. Qin Xiang very much wanted to say, "It isn't good for the oldies to despise everyone." Very soon, Li Baojun and Qin Xiang began to pick herbs from the basket. First, they both were picking all the good herbs. If they could refine faster, they could choose the better ones, leaving the bad herbs for the slower one. After having picked their herbs, both of them began checking the alchemical furnace of the other. "We can start now. Kid, you better give your best," Li Baojun said, smiling disdainfully. He looked down on Qin Xiang very much. Nonetheless, Qin Xiang didn't take it seriously and began organizing the herbs. Hua Xiangyue was very confident about Qin Xiang. She had watched Qin Xiang in many alchemy competitions, and every time he would achieve the best result. Hua Xiangyue was very confident about Qin Xiang. She had watched Qin Xiang in many alchemy competitions, and every time he would achieve the best result. What Hua Xiangyue was more curious about was that alchemical furnace of Qin Xiang's that looked as if it was carved out of ruby. She used to believe that reason that Qin Xiang's alchemy skills were so brilliant was due to that alchemical furnace. But after she saw Qin Xiang refine dawn in the air, she no longer believed as such. However, she still felt that there was something about that alchemical furnace. When processing the herbs, Qin Xiang and Li Baojun's speed was almost the same. Just this point extremely surprised Li Baojun. Nonetheless, he still didn't believe that Qin Xiang could defeat him. Having placed their herbs in their respective furnaces at the same time, Qin Xiang and Li Baojun seriously started refining dawn. And in the next moment, Qin Xiang activated the time array inside the brilliant flame dragon furnace, accelerating the flow of time inside. In this way, the flow of time inside the brilliant flame dragon furnace was different than the flow of time outside. The difference of flow of time between inside and outside was 10:1. Even without the brilliant flame dragon furnace, if Qin Xiang had just used the illusionary brilliant furnace, his speed of refining would still be far from the normal by just relying on the heavenly sunfire as well as his alchemy talent. Right now, his divine sense inside the alchemical furnace felt as if a long time had passed, but outside, just a very short time had elapsed. In the next moment, Qin Xiang opened the lid of the alchemical furnace and took out 10 pieces of 5 elements true elemental dawn. At the sight of this, Li Baojun's pair of old eyes were almost about to fall out, for both of them had started not too long ago, and in the meantime, Qin Xiang had already refined a set of dawn, just in this short period of time. This kind of speed was unbelievable. Hua Xiangyue, too, was horrified by that kind of heaven-defying speed. Bang! AMUF! Fled bang rang out from Li Baojun's alchemical furnace. As everything happened before everyone's eyes, he was so ashamed that his old face turned very red, for he was shocked by the unreasonable speed shown by Qin Xiang. Impossible! Li Baojun shouted. He hastily ran over and checked the jade box next to Qin Xiang's alchemical furnace. As he inspected the 10-5 elements true elemental dawn carefully, a look of disbelief showed up on his face. Qin Xiang's quality and quant. 1. Tai were both very good. However, the most shocking was still his speed. Qin Xiang, on the other hand, didn't pay any attention to Li Baojun and started choosing the herbs from that basket. "Can you be a little serious?" Chen Xiang said to Li Baojun. Hearing this, Li Baojun felt as if he had been lashed by a whip. Only now did he came to realize Chen Xiang wasn't an ordinary little rascal. Li Baojun took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Otherwise, he would lose the first round, which for him would be a galling shame and humiliation. He was someone who could refine heaven-level dawn, and he was actually defeated by a little rascal who could only refine low-grade, profound-level dawn? If this news spread, how was he going to face anyone? Having relied on the time acceleration of the brilliant flame dragon furnace, Qin Xiang's speed of alchemy had reached a very frightening degree. However, this was because he was going all out, not to mention that he was in the extreme state now, and as such, the heavenly sun fire in his body had reached a new level. That's strange. My flames are a lot stronger. In these 10 days, they have become stronger. Could it be because of Hua Xiangyue's blood? When Chen Xiang was refining just a moment ago, he felt that there was something wrong with his flames. Although it was a good news, he could not understand why. If that's the case, then Hua Xiangyue definitely has a fire spirit. The fire spirit is fused with the flesh and blood of its possessor. You have sucked so much of her blood, therefore, a lot of her fire spirit's energy was sucked into your body and subsequently fused with your heavenly sun fire spirit, explained Su Meiyao. Previously, Chen Xiang and Wu Qianqian had given it a try, and to their surprise, their two fire spirits could be fused. Moreover, they became stronger. At this time, Li Baojun's heart was in turmoil because whenever he recalled Qin Xiang's refining speed, he wasn't able to refine dawn with a calm heart. He had personally checked Qin Xiang's dawn. They were indeed 5 elements, true elemental dawn, out and out. And whether it was their quality or quant. 1. Tai, they were of the best kind. From a comprehensive perspective, Chen Xiang had already reached the peak in refining profound level dawn. In this regard, he was indeed not a match of Chen Xiang. Very soon, Chen Xiang had refined another set of dawn. As for Li Baojun, not only had he not refined one set, he had blasted his furnace once. This was a pretty big blow for Li Baojun. Even so, at the end of the day, Li Baojun was an old man who had lived for many years. Very soon he calmed himself down and had finished refining one set of herbs. However, he was only able to refine 8 5 elements true elemental dawn, whereas Chen Xiang was able to refine 10 from one set of herbs. Many years, as Li Baojun had been guarding this place, there was still a limit on how many 5 elements true elemental dan herbs he could get. And from the beginning, he was a high-level alchemist. Naturally, he won't go and refine these kinds of low-level herbs. In contrast, Chen Xiang was someone who had planted many 5 elements true elemental dan herbs and refined the 5 elements true elemental dawn many times just to speed up his cultivation. Therefore, Chen Xiang was very familiar with refining this dan. In this regard, he had a pretty big advantage. Half an hour later, Chen Xiang had already refined 8 sets of 5 elements true elemental dawn, whereas Li Baojun was only able to refine 2 sets. However, Li Baojun maintained a level head. He wasn't disturbed by this. Hua Xiangyue, who was watching from the sideline, was secretly enjoying after watching Qin Xiang leading by so much because, in the beginning, Li Baojun was underestimating Qin Xiang too much. And now that Qin Xiang was leading by so big of a difference, she was sure that Li Baojun was ill at ease in his heart. If it was her, maybe she won't be able to win so easily like Qin Xiang. Time went by just like that. Qin Xiang was completely immersed in refining dawn. He simply didn't notice the flow of time. Taking out the 5 elements true elemental dawn set after set, he too was delighted. Tedious as the alchemy was, he always felt happy when he took out the dawn. 28 sets. That was the number of sets Chen Xiang was able to refine. Watching the 285 elements true elemental dan jam-packing the jade box, Qin Xiang was filled with pleasure, whereas Li Baojun was only able to refine 12 sets, out of which One set of herbs had exploded. Altogether, he had refined 88 dawn. His quant. 1. Tai was far less than that of Qin Xiang's. Therefore, he had completely lost in all aspects. Hey, if you have given me your herbs, I would have been able to refine a dozen or so dawn extra. Now, it should be pretty obvious who is the winner and who is the loser, right? Said Qin Xiang, laughing pridefully. Hearing this, Li Baojuan's old face turned red. Earlier, he was completely confident in his win. He believed he could make Qin Xiang lose in a very ugly manner. However, who would have known that he would lose to the point that he didn't have any face left? There are still 2 rounds left. I was negligent this time. Moreover, I had also underestimated you. Next game, I will definitely win, proclaimed Li Baojun. He regained his confidence. He felt that, as a high-level alchemist, he should not get discouraged by such a small setback. Qin Xiang only smiled. Are you going to give me these, dawn? At the end, if you are the winner, I will give all of them to you. Li Baojun did not care about these low-level dawn. For him, they were completely useless. In the next round, they were going to compete in refining 3 most commonly used low-grade profound level dawn. Qin Xiang was worried that Li Baojun would ask him to refine some unconventional dawn which he hadn't refined yet. However, he was still unafraid. He had the refining simulation technique. Moreover, he had already mastered the technique to refine low-grade profound level dawn. Even if he hadn't refined those dawn before, he could easily handle them. Li Baojun said that the next round would only begin after an hour break. He did this because he wanted to take a breath of respite. He wanted to calm his heart down. Now he was on guard against all possible scenarios. Having watched Qin Xiang refine 5 elements true elemental dawn so easily and so quickly, moreover, 2 extra dawn than him, Li Baojun no longer had that easygoing ATT attitude that he had a moment ago. From the performance of Qin Xiang, it was quite evident that Qin Xiang's alchemy foundation was quite solid. Li Baojun said that the next round would only begin after an hour break. He did this because he wanted to take a breath of respite. He wanted to calm his heart down. Now he was on guard against all possible scenarios. Having watched Qin Xiang refine 5 elements true elemental dawn so easily and so quickly, moreover, 2 extra dawn than him, Li Baojun no longer had that easygoing ATTI, 2 that he had a moment ago. From the performance of Qin Xiang, it was quite evident that Qin Xiang's alchemy foundation was quite solid. Li Baojun believed that even his master, Dan King Li Tianjun, won't be a match of Qin Xiang in refining 5 elements true elemental dawn. Qin Xiang may have been refining just low-grade, profound level dawn. Once Qin Xiang could refine high-level dawn, he would surely show the same results as he had shown now. High quality, better quant. 1. Tai as well as an Estones. Plussing speed. This could only be done if one had a very solid foundation. As many geniuses as he had seen, it was still the first time he had seen a genius like Qin Xiang, who's so steady and without pride and arrogance. If someday Qin Xiang ever reached the level of Dan King, he sure would be a very powerful figure. Next, we're going to be refining 3 very useful low-grade, profound level dawn. Of course, this is only true for low-level martial artists like yourself. Li Baojun still believed Qin Xiang was just a true martial realm martial artist. Qin Xiang cracked a smile as he said, "Low-grade, profound level dawn are not very useful to me. I need middle-grade, or perhaps high-grade, profound level dawn." Li Baojun was momentarily taken by surprise. He could not help but ask, "What is your cultivation level?" "I have just advanced to extreme state, the early stage of spirit martial realm," answered Qin Xiang. Li Baojun gulped nervously. He very much wanted to ask Qin Xiang's age, but he still didn't ask. He was worried that he would receive another blow. Just his high alchemy skills and his extraordinary strength had given him a considerable scare. The 3 Dan are 5 elements true elemental Dan, building foundation Dan and baptizing bone Dan. Do you any objection? Li Baojun asked. Is baptizing bone dan very common? Chun Xiang now had a difficult time in finding the herbs of baptizing bone dan. This kind of dan could strengthen a martial artist's physique. It was greatly useful, but very uncommon. It was very common a long time ago. However, over these 10,000 years, it has become very rare, said Hua Xiangyue. Chun Xiang nodded his acknowledgement. I don't have any problem. When do we start? He was very familiar with the building foundation dan and 5 elements true elemental dan. As for baptizing marrow dan, he had never refined it. The baptizing marrow dan was not as difficult to refine as 5 elements true elemental dan. However, from the books, Chun Xiang knew that it still had a certain difficulty. Now he could only employ the refining simulation technique and give it a try. He felt that this was also a method and opportunity to improve his refining simulation technique. Li Baojun gave Chun Xiang 3 jade boxes, each carrying 3 sets of herbs respectively, out of which 2 he was very familiar with, which were the herbs for refining building foundation dan and 5 elements true elemental dan. The 3rd set he had never seen, apart from some ginseng, fleece flower root, and lingji, which were auxiliary herbs. There were 3 black ingredients that appeared to be some kind of fruits. They were very hard. When he picked them up to feel, they felt like iron B. ALLS. Judging from Chun Xiang's expression, Hua Xiangyue realized that Chun Xiang would be refining this baptizing bone dan for the first time. Previously, Chun Xiang had asked her help to gather the baptizing bone dan herbs. However, she never found them. Have you never refined the baptizing bone dan? Li Baojun had also come to notice this, because Chun Xiang had a curious look on his face when looking at those 3 iron ball-like fruits. Chun Xiang nodded his affirmation. This should be the main herbs of baptizing bone dan, the iron heart fruit. I heard that it is harder than iron and also very difficult to refine. Li Baojun blurted out, taken aback. You have never refined it? Then, why did you say you have no problem a moment ago? This is surely disadvantageous for you. Chun Xiang smiled. Might as well. I just wanted to try it out. Because this herb of baptizing bone dan is rarely found, surely I would want to try refining it regardless of anything. Chun Xiang was speaking the truth. So long as he saw some rare herbs, he could not wait to refine them. Li Baojun was completely shocked. He could not help but look at Chun Xiang with horror. For him to say so when he had never refined that dan, there was only one possibility, and that was that Chun Xiang knew that skill which all high-level alchemists needed to master, the refining simulation technique. In Li Baojun's cognition, only when someone was beginning to learn refining high-grade, profound-level dan or low-grade, earth-level dan, he or she would learn that DAM and refining simulation technique. That technique was very taxing to the mind. It was an alchemy technique during which its user had to use every cell of his brain. If an alchemist could not learn this technique, he or she would never become a high-level alchemist. And now, Chun Xiang could only refine low-grade, profound-level dan. Yet he had mastered such a high-rank alchemy technique. He could very well be called as a genius among geniuses. Li Baojun took a few deep breaths before coming over to Chun Xiang and asked him in a serious manner, Do you know the refining simulation technique? Chun Xiang answered, When I was refining the 5 elements true elemental dan for the first time, I had used the refining simulation technique. Furthermore, the conditions at that time were very poor as well. At that time, Chun Xiang didn't have an alchemical furnace. He was using his spiritual energy to create a transparent alchemical furnace. Suffice to say, the difficulty had reached a whole new level. But also because of this, he was able to master the basics of refining simulation technique. The credit must also go to Hua Xiangyue. Therefore, Chun Xiang was very grateful to her. Who is your master? Li Baojun asked subconsciously. Then he turned his gaze to Hua Xiangyue. If Chun Xiang could have such a solid foundation at his age, then His master should surely be an extraordinary figure. I have been taught by 3 people. One is her, other is an elder of my extreme martial sect, and the last one is a senior. I can't say her name, Qin Xiang reported truthfully. When he was in extreme Dan King courtyard, Elder Dan had also instructed him in alchemy. At that time, he had benefited a lot from her, whereas Hua Xiangyue had created a huge hurdle before Qin Xiang during the alchemy compet. 1. Taiyan of Danxiang Taiyuan, forcing Qin Xiang to break through his bottleneck and master the refining simulation technique and illusionary brilliant furnace. Li Baojun sighed deeply. There was an incomparably solemn expression on his face. Only now did he came to realize that the guy he was despising all this time was not some ordinary character. He believed that if Qin Xiang could reach his level, he would definitely achieve far more than he had. The curtain on the second round soon opened. Li Baojun took this round very seriously because if he lost this round, he won't have any opportunities to turn the tables. He was an old and honorable alchemist. He was not too far away from becoming a Dan ancestor. But if he lost to this little rascal, he would have lived in vain all this time. Qin Xiang and Li Baojun began processing the herbs. Li Baojun was the first to process the herbs. He was refining the 5 elements, true elemental Dan first. What Li Baojun could not comprehend was as to why Qin Xiang was processing 2 distinct sets of herbs, one for 5 elements, true elemental Dan, and one for building foundation Dan. However, seeing this, a smile crossed Hua Xiangyue's face. She knew what Qin Xiang was planning to do. Since Qin Xiang had never refined baptizing bone Dan, he needed a lot of time to carry out the refining simulation technique, and also he would need to slow down his speed. Therefore, in order to save some time, he could only refine building foundation Dan and 5 elements true elemental Dan simultaneously. Hua Xiangyue was sure that she soon would be able to watch Qin Xiang refine 2 set of Dan simultaneously. No matter how many times she had watched it, it was still as shocking as before. Since then, she had secretly tried it herself. Although she was successful, she was far from Qin Xiang's level. While refining the Dan, Li Baojun was also keeping an eye on Qin Xiang's movements. He wanted to see how Qin Xiang would refine Dan. While refining the Dan, Li Baojun was also keeping an eye on Qin Xiang's movements. He wanted to see how Qin Xiang would refine Dan. Having processed the herbs of building foundation Dan and the 5 elements true elemental Dan, Qin Xiang placed the 5 elements true elemental Dan herbs inside the brilliant flame dragon furnace. As the 5 elements true elemental Dan was a bit harder to refine as compared to the building foundation Dan, using the brilliant flame dragon furnace was more appropriate. Noticing Qin Xiang placing only one hand inside the alchemical furnace to pour in the flames, Li Baojun found it a bit strange. But when he saw Qin Xiang pick up the building foundation Dan herbs, he was even more astounded. What does he want to do? Wondered Li Baojun in his heart. Releasing his spiritual energy, Qin Xiang created a transparent alchemical furnace, the illusionary brilliant furnace, an alchemical furnace that was completely invisible to the naked eye. When Qin Xiang placed the building foundation Dan herbs inside the illusionary brilliant furnace, Li Baojun was so shocked that he almost blasted his furnace. Watching the building foundation Dan herbs floating in the air, Li Baojun felt as though the herbs were placed inside a transparent alchemical furnace, situated in the middle section of the furnace. At the sight of this scene, Li Baojun very much wanted to dig out his eyes and wipe them clean, to make sure his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. Even after having lived so long, it was still the first time he had seen such a strange scene. But what shocked him even more was still the next part, when Qin Xiang poured the flames inside the illusionary brilliant furnace. The scene of flames rising from below, swirling their way into the second level, and baking those herbs was simply astounding. Owing to the flames, those herbs started releasing white and green brilliance, dazzling Li Baojun's eyes to the point that his eyes started to hurt, which also proved that he wasn't mistaken. Li Baojun gulped fiercely in shock. He was so shocked by Chen Xiang that he was profusely sweating. Only now he knew what Chen Xiang was doing. He was actually refining 2 sets of herbs at the same time. Furthermore, one set was being refined without an alchemical furnace. This way, Chen Xiang could refine 2 sets of Dan at a faster speed. And then he could use the time he had just saved to employ the refining simulation technique in order to refine the baptizing bone Dan. This kind of far-sighted thinking left Li Baojun in admiration. He suddenly felt that he wasn't a match of Chen Xiang. He felt that, aside from the fact that he could refine higher-grade dawn than Chen Xiang's, he was nothing. If someday Chen Xiang could also reach the same level as his, he believed that Chen Xiang would surely be able to refine better high-level dawn than him, especially quant. 1. Tai Wise. Under normal circumstances, when refining high-level Dan, the alchemists would refine fewer dawn in order to increase their chance of success. Therefore, high-level dawn were very rare. However, if Chen Xiang could refine an extra Dan, he would surely make a killing. When refining high-level dawn, the difference of an extra Dan was comparable to the difference between heaven and earth. Li Baojun calmed himself down as he watched the startling scene of Chen Xiang using the transparent alchemical furnace to refine dawn. Even at his age, he never got to see how the herbs are converted into dawn inside the alchemical furnace with his own eyes. Therefore, this startling scene was a rare sight for him. The spirit herbs contained a vast amount of energy. Once they were incinerated by the flames, it would cause the energy to burst out, which would then release a dazzling aura. Now, when Chen Xiang was refining the building foundation Dan herbs, glaring golden and green brilliance dazzled everyone's eyes. The corresponding scene was extremely beautiful. From the changes happening inside that alchemical furnace, Hua Xiangyue and Li Baojun realized that Chen Xiang was refining the building foundation Dan at an Astonese. Plussing speed. Furthermore, he was also putting every wisp of those herbal spirit cheese into use. He wasn't wasting even the slightest bit. All of the herbal cheese were being congealed into dawn. Generally, in order to do this, one needed to have a very high degree of control over flames and divine sense, both. Furthermore, the alchemical furnace also needed to act in consort. But Chen Xiang was doing everything flawlessly. More importantly, he was doing it while refining a batch of 5 elements true elemental dawn at the same time. At the sight of this, Hua Xiangyue and Li Baojun were secretly amazed, for they believed that they won't be able to do to this degree. As far as they were concerned, this was the ultimate state of alchemy. At this time, Li Baojun suddenly felt that Chen Xiang would very like become someone an alchemist who would one day surpa S. Dan King Li Tianjun. He was very familiar with Li Tianjun. He knew that if Li Tianjun descended to the mortal world, perhaps he too would be unable to defeat Chen Xiang. Although he saw Chen Xiang display such a unique alchemy technique, Li Baojun still believed that he could win because Chen Xiang did not know how to refine the baptizing bone Dan. Even if Chen Xiang used the refining simulation technique, the chances of failure were pretty big. However, Li Baojun felt that even if won, it was still because of the unfair advantage in the contest, because whether it was Chen Xiang's age or experience in alchemy, they were far too lacking as compared to Li Baojun's, especially the fact that Chen Xiang didn't know how to refine the baptizing bone Dan. Very soon, Forma SES of green aura appeared in that transparent, illusionary, brilliant furnace of Chen Xiang. Seeing Forma SES of green fogs rotating on their own axis, Li Baojun marveled once more. His own limit was 3 dawn per set. However, Chen Xiang was actually refining 4, and that too in those conditions. Refining 4 building foundation dawn with 1 batch of herbs was pretty easy for Chen Xiang. Even if he was using the flame dragon brilliant furnace, he would have gotten the same result. However, achieving the same was doubly difficult for other alchemists. Now, Li Baojun came to realize why an attractive woman like Hua Xiangyue was willing to be with a kid like Chen Xiang. for Qin Xiang's talent and prospects were simply too horrifying. So long as he was trained properly, Qin Xiang would surely become an outstanding alchemist in the future. In the world of cultivation, no matter how high the level of refiners, array grandmasters, and talisman masters was, they could not be compared to an alchemist, because the Dan refined by a top-level alchemist was simply priceless. It could allow someone to break through their bottleneck, revive someone from the inch of death. Therefore, even those refiners and talisman masters would take most of the items personally crafted by them to please the alchemist so that he would refine a Dan for them. And whether the alchemists would refine or not also depended on his or her mood. Soon, for glittering green dawn were congealed inside the illusionary brilliant furnace. These were the building foundation dawn. Judging from their color and the herbal qi wafting from them, it was clearly evident that these building foundation dawn were of top-grade quality. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang had also finished refining the 5 elements true elemental dawn. What's more was that there were 10 of them, and of top-grade quality at that. Qin Xiang's relaxed expression gave the impression that refining these dawn were as easy as eating for him. As for Li Baojun, he had yet to finish refining 1 set. Now he decided to get serious, or else he would lose to Qin Xiang for sure. If he could refine the 3 dawn before Qin Xiang, he could still win the game. Having finished refining the building foundation dawn and the 5 elements true elemental dawn, Qin Xiang began processing the baptizing bone Dan herbs. He decided that he must get more of these baptizing bone dawn, for he was planning to train a team of 3,000 true realm martial artists. And these baptizing bone dawn were very useful in true martial realm. The main ingredients of baptizing bone dan were 3 iron heart fruits. From the books and Su Meiyao, Qin Xiang knew that these iron heart fruits were very difficult to refine. Furthermore, their herbal spirit qi was extremely violent and also very heavy, adding another level of difficulty, especially when congealing the dan. This was what made the baptizing bone Dan difficult to refine. Qin Xiang wasn't worried about refining them as he had the heavenly sun fire spirit. Neither he was worried about the violent nature of the herbal spirit qi because he could suppress them with his spiritual energy. Since he came to know that the spiritual energy could save his strength when it was used in alchemy, his speed of refining Dan had improved a lot. Therefore, refining these extremely difficult dawn didn't give him any pressure. Just to be on the safe side, Qin Xiang was planning to use the brilliant flame dragon furnace, since it could also allow him to raise his speed as well. Winning this round would mean pas seeing Li Baojun's test. Qin Xiang wanted to get that herb garden as soon as possible so that he could return early. For refining the baptizing bone dan, there weren't too many ingredients. However, they were extremely heavy, all because of those 3 iron heart fruits. Although they may be the size of a baby fist, 3 of them altogether weigh 100 jin. This in itself proved how mystical this spirit fruit was. Qin Xiang began processing the baptizing bone dan herbs. It was just some auxiliary herbs, which he was finished with very soon. Qin Xiang began processing the baptizing bone dan herbs. It was just some auxiliary herbs, which he was finished with very soon. He was refining this dan for the first time. He had no idea about those 3 iron heart fruit. Neither he was clear about their characteristics, nor he had any idea about what temperature should the flames be adjusted or when would they show any changes in the flames. Since he didn't know anything, just the slightest bit of carelessness would cause him to fail. Therefore, he had to use the refining simulation technique to predict the change at every step. If he learned about what changes would occur and when they would occur, he could make the necessary adjustments. Placing the herbs in the brilliant flame dragon furnace and pouring in the heavenly sun fire, Qin Xiang accepted this new challenge. When Qin Xiang had begun learning alchemy, when he hadn't learned the refining simulation technique, he would always make preparations for the failure. In fact, the refining simulation technique was devised to reduce the failure. Last time, when he was refining the 5 elements true elemental dan, failure was not an option. And this time, too, he must successfully refine the dan which he had never refined at his first try. This time if he failed, he won't get that herb garden. Therefore, he needed to be successful, which was another difficult challenge for him. As the rumor stated, the iron heart fruit was very difficult to melt, leaving Chen Xiang no choice but to intensify the flames. Enhancing the temperature of the flame could very easily melt that iron heart fruit that was difficult to melt. A herb that could grow into such a form would surely be storing a kind of strange energy inside it. And when this herb was combined with other auxiliary herbs to refine a dan, the dan could have even more mystical power which could strengthen its user's physique. After intensifying the flames, Chen Xiang used the refining simulation technique. Very soon, Chen Xiang foresaw the complete incineration of the auxiliary herbs because of the excessive flames, thereby destroying the entire herbal spirit qi. This was a very serious problem. Chen Xiang promptly made adjustments and used his powerful divine sense to guard those delicate auxiliary herbs. This way, even if used stronger flames to burn the iron heart fruit, he didn't have to worry about harming the auxiliary herbs. Bit by bit, Chen Xiang strengthened the flames. This iron heart fruit was the hardest herb Chen Xiang had ever encountered. It was very difficult to incinerate. Of course, his heavenly sun flames were very powerful as well, especially after sucking Hua Xiangyue's blood. As he continued to intensify the flames, changes had finally started to occur in that iron heart fruit. Be that as it may, it still took Chen Xiang more than 4 hours to bake that iron heart fruit. However, this was the time inside the brilliant flame dragon furnace. More importantly, the iron spirit fruit had just begun to melt, that's all. It still hadn't been completely incinerated into powder. Difficult as it was to completely extract the herbal spirit qi from baking, in Chen Xiang's opinion, it was a bit easier than the 5 elements true elemental dan. Not to mention, when he was refining the 5 elements true elemental dan, he had just gotten hang of the refining simulation technique. In various regards, the condition at that time wasn't as good as now. Therefore, Chen Xiang didn't find refining the baptizing bone dan extremely difficult. Hua Xiangyue sat in the arbor, playing with her hair. Her pretty eyes were completely focused on Chen Xiang's handsome face. She found a serious Chen Xiang very attractive. Looking at Chen Xiang, her face was flushed red. Dee knows what was going on in her brain. For dawn can be refined from one set of baptizing bone dan herbs. But now, in my current condition, it seems I can at least refine 6 dawn. This should definitely defeat that old man. Originally, there was a rather serious look on Chen Xiang's face, but now he looked a lot at ease. Hua Xiangyue had also noticed that he was about to solidify the dawn. Chen Xiang had already spent more than an hour to refine the baptizing bone dan. He had taken so much time because he was refining it for the first time. Yet, he had already caught up with Li Baojun. In contrast, Li Baojun was refining with ease as he had refined the baptizing bone dan many times. Be that as it may, a mountain of pressure was pressing on his heart. He was worried that he would lose to Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang was competing with an alchemist at the level of Li Baojun, who could refine the heaven-level dawn for the first time. Although it was a compet, tie-in using low-level dawn, the foundation of the 2 alchemists could be discerned from it. At this moment, Li Baojun's forehead was drenched in sweat. He was tensed because, while he was alchemy, he was also paying attention to Chen Xiang's movements. Finally, having finished first, Li Baojun promptly took out 5 baptizing bone dawn. Those dawn radiating brownish-red brilliance looked strangely beautiful. Seeing that he had refined 5 dawn, a complacent smile appeared on Li Baojun's old face immediately. He believed that it would be very good already if Chen Xiang managed to refine 1 baptizing bone dan on his first try. Seeing Li Baojun finished refining, Hua Xiangyue immediately came over. Li Baojun had refined 8 5 elements true elemental dawn, 3 building foundation dawn, and 5 baptizing bone dawn. This was already pretty good, at least in the mortal martial world. Only a few people could achieve such a result. Hua Xiangyue believed that she herself was just a tad bit better than Li Baojun. A short while after Li Baojun had finished refining the baptizing bone dan, Qinxiang also opened his eyes. Spotting this, Hua Xiangyue hurriedly rushed over to him and used a fragrant handkerchief to wipe the sweat on his face. She was very clear about what kind of toll it would take to refine a dan which he had never refined using the refining simulation technique. Hey, I didn't take long, did I? Stated Qinxiang. You don't need to worry about it. You didn't lag by too much. Comparing the results of the previous 2 dan, you are in the lead. But if the baptizing bone dan you have refined are fewer in number, you will definitely lose to me. You need at least 3 baptizing bone dan to defeat me. Li Baojun cracked a faint smile. He also knew the refining simulation technique. So he knew very well that when refining unfamiliar dan using the refining simulation technique, the number of dan refined would not be much because it was very difficult to control. Hearing Li Baojun, Qinxiang promptly opened the lid and took out 6 baptizing bone dan. Senior Li, please check them. Qinxiang slightly smiled. His eyes flickered with joy. He was feeling rather satisfied for defeating a high-level alchemist like Li Baojun. At the sight of 6 glittering brownish-red dan, Li Baojun was shocked silly. He suspected that Qinxiang had long learned to refine baptizing bone dan. Otherwise, how could he refine so many on his first try? Of course, he didn't know that when Qinxiang would refine dan, his would try not to waste even a bit. Therefore, no matter under what circumstances, he could put the herbs to a complete use and refine as many dan as possible. Hua Xiangyue was only a little surprised. She was already numb to Qinxiang's surprising deeds. She said with a cute laugh, "It seems I don't need to partake." 1p8. Li Baojun slumped down to the ground on his S and heaved a sigh, facing skyward. All of a sudden, he had grown a lot older. He never thought that he who had delved in alchemy for so many years would lose to a greenhorn kid. Furthermore, he would lose so miserably. He had been thoroughly defeated by Qinxiang. Taking out all the dan he and Qinxiang had refined just now, Li Baojun handed them to Qinxiang and said, "Take them, you win." "You have said the test. This herb garden is yours. For this herb garden, to have a master like you is for the best." After taking the dan, Qinxiang gave his thanks. "Senior Li, what are you planning to do next? You have been here for far too long. You should leave. Although the 3 realms' great battle is about to begin, you should go out and take a look at the world." "It might not be a bad thing," said Qinxiang. Li Baojun nodded in agreement as he said, "I will leave. After having competed with you, I have learned many things. Next time we meet again, I will definitely beat you." Having said this, Li Baojun left this underground herb garden through a one-time teleportation array. The array that was protecting the garden disappeared. As Qinxiang and Hua Xiangyue walked into the herb garden, their sight was filled with rare and precious herbs, a majority of which Qinxiang wasn't in short supply, like herbs for building foundation dan, 5 elements true elemental dan, 100 beast dan, these low-grade, profound-level dan. What he was in lacking was the herbs for middle-grade and high-grade, profound-level dan. The array that was protecting the garden disappeared. As Qinxiang and Hua Xiangyue walked into the herb garden, their sight was filled with rare and precious herbs, a majority of which Qinxiang wasn't in short supply, like herbs for building foundation dan, 5 elements true elemental dan, 100 beast dan, these low-grade, profound-level dan. What he was in lacking was the herbs for middle-grade and high-grade, profound-level dan. The resurrection, S and 9 elemental flower, take them. What else do you need? Tell me. Qinxiang generously offered. "I don't want them. Keep them for yourself." Hua Xiangyue heaved a sigh. There were only 2 each of resurrection, S and 9 elemental flower, that's all. Qinxiang pursed his lips. "All right. Pentacrystal dragon fruit. I have not seen it for a long time." Hua Xiangyue gazed at a fruit on a tree with surprise. Although there was only one, it was regarded as the most important thing by Hua Xiangyue. Chunxiang cracked a smile and said, "This is one of the main ingredients for refining 5 elements, profound Dan, right?" Hua Xiangyue nodded in acknowledgement. "Last time you were only able to stride into the extreme state because you ate 5 elements, profound fan." TLN, Chapter 396. Even I had to look for it. I venture you will try to remember it as well. Chunxiang had gotten that 5 elements profound Dan from W.A. and Jiquan. It indeed played a crucial role in Chunxiang's entering the extreme state. Profound lightning GRA. SS. With its profound lightning seed, plus with the lightning element fruit that you bought from the auction earlier, you can refine Heavenly Lightning Pellet. The Heavenly Lightning Pellet is an attack-type middle-grade, profound-level Dan. Su Meiyao said, hearing Su Meiyao's remark. Chunxiang lightly caressed an approximately 1-foot-tall GRA. SS. But just as he did, flashes of lightning glittered on its surface, which caused Chunxiang to jump back in fright. True purple figwort, 9 fruits flower, golden fame flower. This are but the herbs to refine innate 9 elements Dan, which is quite similar to 5 elements true elemental Dan. It can allow its consumer to obtain a vast amount of true qi very quickly. Hua Xiangyue was wandering about the herb garden. Needed as the herbs in here were for her, they were all in random, incomplete set per Essie. Furthermore, there were very few in number. Also, she could not bear to take Chunxiang's things. A vast majority of herbs here were either low-grade, profound-level herbs, or spirit-level herbs. Middle-grade and high-grade, profound-level herbs were very few in number. As for earth-level herbs, there were only 2, which were for the Resurrection Dan. However, as far as Chunxiang was concerned, it was a pretty big harvest. Currently, he started to move these herbs into the herb garden inside his ring. Surprisingly, the ring could still accommodate these many herbs. There were also many auxiliary herbs in the herb garden, all of which were 10,000 years older. These could be dug up and saved. There was no need to plant them again. With the help of Hua Xiangyue, the herb garden was emptied out very soon. "Do you want the soil?" "This is spirit soil," Hua Xiangyue asked. There was with a frown on her brow. She was very clear what was so precious about this soil. "I don't need it. Do you want it?" Chunxiang wasn't lacking spirit soil. He already had a lot of it. "Since you don't need, I am taking it." Hua Xiangyue's hand was already in motion. Using that ultra-strong strength of her, she made a large quant. 1 tie of soil flowed in the air before storing it inside her storage ring. Chunxiang pursed his lips into a smile and said, "Sister Xiangyue, you went through so much trouble to come here with me, and yet gained nothing. Also, you have been taken advantage of by me. I am really sorry. Go to H.E.L. L, you scoundrel, you still talking about that Imbara. Sing thing." Hua Xiangyue let out a tender snort as he stepped on Chunxiang's foot. Recalling Chunxiang fondling her breast, she was fuming in anger. Just like this, Chunxiang and Hua Xiangyue frolic about as they left this underground herb garden. Chunxiang knew that his hands would be full later, for he had to plant many herbs, refine many dawn, train his own forces, improve his cultivation. This was all in order to be ready for the approaching great battle of 3 realms. The Qinwu mainland was the front line of the mortal martial world. As a disciple of extreme martial sect, he was under a lot of pressure. At that time, so long as the extreme martial sect disciple was powerful, he would have to deal with those demons and devils. "Sister Xiangyue, when is the great battle of 3 realms about to start?" asked Chunxiang. Hearing this question, Hua Xiangyue could not help but heave a sigh. This was something which every expert of the Qinwu mainland was worried about, because that would be the day when the Qinwu mainland would be plunged into misery. There is still some time to prepare. You must survive the battle. Pulling Chunxiang's hand, Hua Xiangyue held it very, very tightly. Worry was clearly written on her face. The complex look in her eyes puzzled Qinxiang. I give you my word. Having promised, Qinxiang took out that disc and looked through the coordinates recorded in it. Very soon, he found a teleportation point close to the king's city. Seeing Qinxiang take out this thing, Hua Xianyue's heart was gripped with fear. Earlier, when she went through this thing with Qinxiang, it led to a very dreadful place where they encountered a dragon. "Don't worry, this time we will be directly leaving this ghastly place," said Qinxiang, a smile on his lips. Having assured Hua Xianyue, he opened PAC door and entered it, pulling Hua Xianyue. In just a blink of an eye, they emerged in a forest. The trees in the forest were very common. The spirit qi in here was also thinner than the spirit qi in the forest they were in before. "Where are we?" Hua Xianyue was shocked. Now only did she came to realize how amazing the disc in Qinxiang's hand was. With this, he could pierce through SPAC and go to a faraway place anytime and from anywhere. Qinxiang broke into a laugh and answered, "We are just outside the king's city. We can return to the Qinwu mainland very soon." Although there was a teleportation point recorded in the Luo Tian door for the Qinwu mainland, Qinxiang's current strength was limited. He was still unable to open PAC door that could traverse through such a long distance. Hua Xianyue and Qinxiang, with a mask on their faces, entered the king's city and returned to the Qinwu mainland through the teleportation array right after. To be precise, returned to the topmost floor of the Danxiang Tower. "We are finally back. I never thought I would actually encounter so many things on a trip with you, little rascal." Hua Xianyue spoke with feelings. More importantly, it was more fun to go with Qinxiang than going by herself. Whenever she went alone, she would get bored to death. Furthermore, she would be aimlessly searching for herbs all day. Qinxiang broke into a laugh and said, "Next time, I will take you and Menger together. Hey, hey!" Seeing that perverted smile, Hua Xianyue rolled her yes at Qinxiang. "You have a wife. Behave yourself." "I have been behaving very honestly. Otherwise, you would long have been eaten by me," said Qinxiang, laughing honestly. "Go away, I am very busy." Hua Xianyue harumphed tenderly. Qinxiang suddenly came to her side and gave a peck on her cheek before jumping out of the window. "Little rascal!" Hua Xianyue shouted in a cutesy voice. As she caressed the place kissed by Qinxiang, a charming blush appeared on her face. She was kissed by a man for the first time. Qinxiang, who was in a wonderful mood, flew out of the Taiyuan province and returned to the extreme martial sect very soon. "Sai, Qian, where are you?" "I am bored to death here." Qinxiang heaved a sigh as he murmured to himself. The extreme Dan King courtyard had always been deserted. Except for Qinxiang, this place was devoid of anyone. With no choice at hand, Qinxiang could only look for Yin Xiandao and the others. But he was disappointed once again. He didn't find anyone. All of them were going through brutal training under Gu Dongqin's arrangement. Not only Yun Xiaodao's group. All the disciples of extreme martial sect were training 3 times harder than before. This was all in order to be prepared for that great battle of 3 realms. At this moment, the news about the great battle of 3 realms could not be concealed. It had already spread far and wide across the Qinwu mainland. Knowing that the demons and devils would enter the Qinwu mainland had already gone through many changes. Everyone was on their tenterhooks. A short while after Qinxiang returned to the extreme martial sect, he took another trip to the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire looking for Lu Menger. However, to his disappointment, Lu Menger had yet not returned, leaving him no choice but to return to the extreme Dan King courtyard and wait. A short while after Qinxiang returned to the extreme martial sect, he took another trip to the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire looking for Lu Menger. However, to his disappointment, Lu Menger had yet not returned, leaving him no choice but to return to the extreme Dan King courtyard and wait. "It seems I have to make a trip to the Icewind Valley myself to look for her," Chun Xiang wondered. Then he closed his eyes, trying to congeal the golden dragon's saliva. He ventured that Hua Xiangyue was in very much need of the resurrection Dan herbs and the fruit of fortune, although he has had not the faintest of an idea as to what were her feelings for him. He trusted Hua Xiangyue very much. Not to mention, this beautiful and charming woman had helped him so many times. Now that he had entered the extreme state, the ripening ability of the golden dragon's saliva had been strengthened a lot. Su Meiyao had once said that if and when Chun Xiang's cultivation reached a certain level, the dragon's saliva congealed could mature some spirit herbs by a couple millennia in the blink of an eye. Chun Xiang's current golden dragon saliva was also pretty good. According to his estimation, he would be able to get 5 sets of resurrection Dan herbs and a fruit of fortune in just 2 months. The herbs of resurrection Dan had long been planted by him. Moreover, he had also acquired 2 sets of herbs from the underground herb garden in the sacred ancient land. At present, his focus was on that tree of fortune. He was planting a heaven-level spirit herb for the first time, and a tree at that. All Chun Xiang knew was that the good fortune Dan was used by the nirvana cultivators to improve their strength. Once a cultivator had entered the nirvana realm, he or she needed to compress a lot of his or her true qi. Ordinary dawn had little to no effect on them. Taking a good fortune Dan would allow them to save a lot of time in their cultivation. Good fortune Dan is needed by martial artists who had crossed 6 or more nirvana tribulations. Even the immortals who had crossed the 9th tribulations would need this Dan to quickly improve their cultivations. You should know that the good fortune Dan not only improves one's true qi, it helps in improving one's divine sense and physique as well. This is an all-purpose Dan. Even in the heavenly realm, it's rare and in demand, explained Su Meiyao. Chun Xiang asked, "Is fruit of fortune the only main ingredient for refining the good fortune Dan?" "It can be refined in that way, however. There are some alchemists who would add some other heaven-level spirit herbs to increase their chances of success. If it's you, I think you can directly use this fruit of fortune plus auxiliary herbs that are 10,000 years old or older to refine. However, your current divine sense and true qi is still lacking. Since true qi was used to release the flames, the stronger the flame released, the more the true qi is needed. And as a heaven-level spirit fruit, the fruit of fortune had a very tenacious life force. In other words, any ordinary flames were simply ineffective to this level of fruit. Even the immortals of the heavenly realm needs it. If in the future I can have many good fortune Dan, wouldn't I be able to roam in the heavenly realm rather aloofly?" Chun Xiang said, excited. "Not necessarily. Those forces of the heavenly realm won't allow a new force with a lot of resources to emerge. Either they would rope you in or destroy you. If you didn't have the backing of the extreme martial sect, Lu Menger and Hua Xiangyue, the same principle would have also applied in the mortal martial world. Bai Yu poured cold water of all of Chun Xiang's excitement. Last time, when Chun Xiang was Partic. 1. P. Aiding in the alchemy compet. 1. Tian on King's mainland, he had refined many 5 elements true elemental dawn. At that time, Wang Quan was so jealous of him that he wanted Chun Xiang dead, because with that kind on, Chun Xiang could train many powerful, true martial realm martial artists. That was something that no money could buy. Su Meiyao and Bai Yu were guiding Chun Xiang with zeal and vigor because they wanted to make Chun Xiang ascend into the heavenly realm as soon as possible. Only there Chun Xiang could find the herbs which could restore their strength. However, Chun Xiang still had a long way to go for that. At present, they began preparing Chun Xiang for the heavenly realm. Early as it might look, they believed that with Chun Xiang's current speed, it was about time. "Young martial uncle, open the door. You have shut yourself in for over a month. Everything is about to get mildewed." Gu Dongqin exhorted to open the door. In fact, Gu Dongqin had come several times looking for Chun Xiang, but Chun Xiang simply didn't open the door. Only Qin Xiang could deny an honorable dean of extreme martial sect entrance at the door. Little Featherhead, you are a dean, but you still seem to be at leisure and free. My disciple, who is in the early stage of the spirit martial realm, is busy. Yet why are you goofing around? Finally opening the door, Qin Xiang spoke in a rude manner. Gu Dongqin pursed his lips and said, "Where have I had the time to be so free? I have been training those little rascals of King Courtyard all day. Also, I have to pay attention to the overall situation. Stabilize the entire extreme martial province. Junior brother is about to cross Nirvana tribulation. I am neck deep in work. Then, why are you still bothering me?" Qin Xiang invited Gu Dongqin in. "I wanted to buy a bit of your 5 elements true elemental dawn. You can offer your price." Gu Dongqin, with a bitter smile on his face, continued, "I am at your door, ready to let you butcher me. Are you still not happy? 2,000,000 crystal stones for one. Don't bargain with me," Qin Xiang said as a sinister smile crept up on his lips. Since Gu Dongqin had delivered himself to get slaughtered, why would Qin Xiang not butcher him ruthlessly? Hearing the price, a forlorn look immediately appeared on Gu Dongqin's face. He shook his head as he heaved a sigh. "How good it would have been if I had a beautiful daughter. Maybe you would have given me the dawn for free." "Give me 100 dawn at first," Gu Dongqin said. "Pay me with true elemental dawn," said Qin Xiang. He was in need of a lot of true elemental dawn. When he was going to train his own force, he would use Dan Si technique. Smash everyone to death with his dawn. He was going to build a small army of 3,000 true martial realm experts. Having sorted and paid true elemental dawn to Qin Xiang, Gu Dongqin hastily left. As high price as Qin Xiang had asked, he knew that in the entire mortal martial world, it would be very hard for him to buy so many 5 elements true elemental dawn at once. Because of the development for so many years, some of the spirit herbs had become scarce. This was also the reason why there were so few alchemists. Therefore, the current mortal martial world was far worse than when it was 100 millennia ago. And the true martial realm experts were the backbone of any sect. The more the better. And this required a large number of dawn. Qin Xiang believed that if he opened a shop, it would be a big hit. For his building foundation dawn, 5 elements true elemental dawn, and elemental spirit dawn were rare and sought after. However, he himself was in need of them. "Sigh, I have to consolidate my cultivation now. If I could raise my cultivation, the golden dragon's saliva's potency would surely become very strong." Qin Xiang heaved a sigh of lament. "Your mad teacher is very good to you. Bear with it. It is already very difficult for you to reach this stage in such a short time and using so many dawn. Furthermore, your current strength is good enough. It should allow you to survive the great battle of 3 realm," said Su Meiyao. Even so, Qin Xiang still had many things he had to do. Although he could no longer cultivate true qi, he still could train his body, cultivate in I plus and 2 plant herbs. Each of them could improve his strength. Over these 2 months, as Qin Xiang had expected, the tree of fortune had grown. Furthermore, it had also borne a fruit. He had already gathered 5 sets of resurrection dan herbs. Hey, it's about time for me to take that enchanting Hua Shenyuan I made one." Qin Xiang broke into a perverted laugh as he continued, "Bringing such an enchanting slave wherever I go, it sure is going to be eye-catching. You will only get yourself killed by the jealous gazes of all the men." Su Meiyao laughed her mischievously as she said. She had no objection regarding Qin Xiang pulling in Hushanyue, for she felt that an alchemist like Hua Shenyue could also bolster Qin Xiang's forces. Qin Xiang felt that he truly was a spirit herb treasure house. However, that herb garden in that ring was getting crammed more and more. Qin Xiang had been to Fragrance City many times, but he never went to Danxiang Taoyuan. Furthermore, it was not a place that anyone could enter. From what Qin Xiang had heard, only the core disciples could enter Danxiang Taoyuan, and the outer disciples could only stay at Fragrance City or outside Danxiang Taoyuan. That's all. Qin Xiang had been to Fragrance City many times, but he never went to Danxiang Taoyuan. Furthermore, it was not a place that anyone could enter. From what Qin Xiang had heard, only the core disciples could enter Danxiang Taoyuan, and the outer disciples could only stay at Fragrance City or outside Danxiang Taoyuan. That's all. Having crossed Fragrance City, Qin Xiang arrived at a canyon. On the steep cliffs on either side of the canyon, many lush and verdant vines were hanging down, surrounded by colorful flowers. Qin Xiang had never seen such a beautiful canyon before. Danxiang Taoyuan was on the other side of the canyon. Qin Xiang had heard Hua Xiangyue mentioned that Danxiang Taoyuan was the most beautiful sect in the Chimu mainland. After having arrived at this canyon, Qin Xiang no longer held any doubt. Qin Xiang! Having recognized Qin Xiang, the patrol guards in the canyon exclaimed. They hastily bowed to Qin Xiang in respect. After all, Qin Xiang was the honorary chief alchemist of Danxiang Taoyuan. Hua Xiangyue had long exhorted that Qin Xiang would be unrestricted in Danxiang Taoyuan. As many as alchemists there were inside Danxiang Taoyuan, martial artists who could refine dawn were far more. Moreover, these martial artists had attached themselves to some alchemists. Therefore, they were very respectful to the alchemists. Not to mention Qin Xiang, who was an alchemy prodigy. Qin Xiang also bowed in return quickly. Danxiang Taoyuan and the extreme martial sect always had pretty good relations. The disciples of both sects had gone back and forth to the other side and done dealings once or more. Therefore, whenever they met each other, they would be very polite to the other. After crossing this beautiful canyon, a misty lake presented before Qin Xiang. Next to the lake stood small but very unique buildings. Some only had 1 floor, other had 2 to 3 floors. They looked like a small picturesque village. None would have imagined that the core region of such a huge influence would be so simple. But very soon, Qin Xiang came to realize the extraordinary part of that lake. The mist rising from the lake was actually dense spirit qi. Furthermore, there were a few streams connected to the lake, and next to each of these streams was elegant houses. This is a mysterious realm, said Su Meiyao. After similarly sensing the rich spirit qi here, Qin Xiang recalled that the Danxiang Taoyuan had that 10,000 years old spirit milk. Qin Xiang had long guessed that only a place with rich, dense spirit qi could give birth to 10,000 years old spirit milk. No wonder only core disciples were allowed to come in here. It's the same with the extreme martial sect. Qin Xiang stated, in the extreme martial sect, only the true martial realm disciples were allowed to enter the extreme martial mysterious realm. Danxiang Taoyuan was truly beautiful. It looked like a paradise. Melodious twitters of birds and the sweet fragrance of flowers lingered in the air. Everywhere in sight had flowers blooming. In many places, one could see some spirit flowers and spirit GRA. SSES. The spirit qi was so rich here that it had transformed into mist, which was scattered everywhere. The roars of waterfalls, craws, plussing down the mountain were the only noise in this calm and serene, mysterious realm. However, it did not destroy the beauty of this mysterious realm. On the contrary, it added a magnificence of it. After Qin Xiang came in, he noticed a few patrol teams patrolling here once more. All of them were true martial realm martial artists. Even at the entrance of the mysterious realm stood a few powerful martial artists. Qin Xiang slowly made his way to the lakeside, looking about at the picturesque scenery here, smelling the lingering sweet fragrance in the air. Qin Xiang felt that it won't be a bad idea to go into a closed-door training here. In the past, when he was in the secular world, Hua Xiangyue had tried everything to recruit Qin Xiang. Now, Qin Xiang was feeling a bit regretful. Qin Xiang, right? It's really rare meeting you here. A voice suddenly resounded. The voice belonged to a beautiful and refined middle-aged beauty, Mrs. Li. Qin Xiang was also acquainted with Danxiang Tower's Mrs. Li. He cracked a smile and said, "Your Danxiang Taiyuan is very beautiful. Our extreme martial sect only has buildings one after another. Although we also have a mysterious realm, it isn't so beautiful." Mrs. Li pursed her lips into a smile. "Then in the future, you can often come and stay here." "Right. I am looking for your dean. Where should I go?" asked Qinxiang. "The source of the river stream here is the restricted area. That's also the place where she is staying. Apart from her, no one is allowed to go there." "You can only wait for her here," answered Mrs. Li. Qinxiang thanked Mrs. Li as he ran down a small stream towards the source. At this time, Qinxiang saw that before the buildings next to these streams, there was a small courtyard as well. However, these courtyards were only surrounded by a common fence. But to his surprise, there were some spirit herbs planted in these courtyards. A majority of these spirit herbs were high-grade spirit-level herbs for refining true elemental Dan and white jade Dan like dawn. There were some courtyards that had spirit herbs, particularly for refining detoxification dawn. There were many herb gardens here. After counting a bit, Qinxiang estimated that there were at least 100 of them here. Furthermore, there were some bigger gardens far away next to the river. The spirit qi is so dense here that the spirit herbs grow very quickly after watering them with these water here. No wonder the Danxiang Taiyuan can supply spirit herbs in a steady stream. Furthermore, they have so many alchemists themselves, stated Su Meiyao. Danxiang Taiyuan could recruit so many alchemists because they have many spirit herbs. More importantly, they had such a good environment for planting spirit herbs. Therefore, the Danxiang Taiyuan had become the holy land that the alchemists yearned for. Like the extreme martial sect, the Danxiang Taiyuan had also entered an alert state as the great battle of 3 realms approached closer. Many people were busy refining many dawn because at that time many dawn would be needed, especially the healing dawn. Down the stream, Qinxiang noticed that the buildings became fewer and fewer, while the spirit qi became a bit thinner. After traveling for an hour or so, Qinxiang suddenly spotted a huge fountain gus. Plussing out and falling into a lake, which was the source of several streams here. This spring water is so rich in spirit qi. However, just after coming out, it needed some time to erode away for the spirit qi in the water to become active. Only then could the mist emerge. Therefore, only after flowing for some time did the mist rise from it. And because of this, the spirit qi is thinner here. Su Meiyao said, marveling. Now, Qinxiang realized why the buildings were erected at the end of the river streams. The spirit qi at the source was thinner. But why is Hua Xiangyue staying here? This question puzzled Qinxiang. Qinxiang had already spotted a cave on the huge mountain in the front. As he made his way to the cave, he discovered a horrifying power lingering around the entrance. Previously, Hua Xiangyue had given him a pearl saying that as long as he took that pearl out, he could enter the restricted area of the Danxiang Taiyuan. Qinxiang also wanted to see what was there inside the restricted area. After Qinxiang took out the pearl, he didn't suffer any kind of attack from the spells protecting the entrance. He easily went in. After going through a long passage, he arrived in a wide stone room. There are many tables and chairs carved out of rock here. It was an audience hall. Going through a door, Qinxiang traveled down another passage. As he carefully pushed open the gates carved out of rocks at the end of the passage, a stone room exuding a white, gentle aura appeared before him. He could smell the unique bodily fragrance of Hua Xiangyue in the air. He knew that this was definitely Hua Xiangyue's boudoir. He took a closer look and saw Hua Xiangyue, who currently had her eyes closed, sitting in a lotus position on a white jade bed that had mist emerging from it. To his shock, she wasn't wearing anything. At the sight of this scene, Qinxiang's heartbeat rose slightly. But what made him gnash his teeth was that the mist arising from the jade bed was too dense. He was unable to see the ravis, HDI, plus in parts he wanted to see. At the sight of this scene, Qinxiang's heartbeat rose slightly. But what made him gnash his teeth was that the mist arising from the jade bed was too dense. He was unable to see the ravis. Plussing parts he wanted to see. Nonetheless, the blurry scene was even more tempting. Earlier, Hua Shunyue had said that if he came in, he had to wait outside for her, asked him not to move around. However, Qin Xiang didn't pay any attention to her instructions, for he was in a hurry to see Hua Shunyue. Qin Xiang very much wanted to blow the mist away. That way he could see Hua Shunyue's ravis. Plussing body clearly. However, he only dared to think about it. He didn't dare to execute it. In light of these circumstances, he could only sigh and lament. Only then did he notice that there was a small pond in the room as well. This small pond was just as big as the bed and also had some mist arising from it. However, it wasn't spirit qi at all. This is a special kind of hot qi. It should be able to help her cultivate her flames. This seductress is an alchemist. She has very high requirements for flames, explained Long Shui. How about I help you blow this mist away? Asked Long Shui as she broke into a mischievous laughter. Qin Xiang very much wanted to agree. He was struggling in his heart. Finally, he still refused, for he was worried that it would affect Hua Shunyue's cultivation, which might lead to a qigong deviation, which would be extremely bad. When he was just about to shut the doors and leave, Hua Shunyue's benumbing voice fell into his ears. Little rascal, why don't you come in? I have been waiting for you for a long time. Qin Xiang gulped nervously, again and again before coming inside in large strides. This, Sister Xiangya, I didn't see anything. Hearing this, Hua Shunyue broke into a giggle. Then she turned around, putting on a loose white maxi. Didn't I tell you that when anyone comes in, I will know immediately? I asked to wait outside, but you were so unscrupulous. You wanted to peek at me. Hua Shunyue gave a sidelong glance at Qin Xiang. That stunning oval face was filled with a bewitching look. Right afterward, Hua Shunyue's voice turned angry. Little rascal, did you came looking for me after you couldn't meet Sister Menger again? At this moment, Hua Shunyue was resorting to her charms. She had put that enticing charm of hers full on display without any reserve. Seeing this, Qin Xiang could not wait to tear that maxi of her and push her down on the bed. Show her that seducing a man like this had serious consequences. Seeing Qin Xiang blush, plussing, Hua Shunyue chortled and said, Never think that only you can tease me, I can also tease you. Qin Xiang took a deep breath and said, If I take liberties with you, I will not be eaten by you absolutely. But if you take liberties with me, hey! While speaking, Qin Xiang pulled Hua Shunyue into his embrace suddenly. At present, Hua Shunyue was only wearing a thin maxi. She wasn't wearing anything inside. When Qin Xiang hugged her, he could feel the two pointy tips pressing on his chest, which made Qin Xiang's lower abdomen explode. An evil fire violently rose from his lower body, spreading to his limbs and bones. His heartbeat and body temperature rose at once. He almost lost his mind. Qin Xiang fiercely inhaled near Hua Shunyue's neck, greedily sucking in the sweet fragrance lingering around her body. Hua Shunyue gave out a tender shout as she pushed Qin Xiang in a hurry. Her face, on the other hand, had a smug smile. Little rascal, you better remember that this elder sister is far more powerful than you. You think you can eat me so easily? I am not going to give myself to you, but I can tease you, seduce you. You can only watch, but you can't be able to do anything. D.A.M. Which? Qin Xiang groaned and turned his head. Who could blame him? He was almost 30. Although he had a wife, to this date he was still a virgin. Hua Shunyue knew that she could not take things too far. She chortled and said, I am sorry, I didn't expect this elder sister's seduction would be too much for you to handle. Bulls. Hi+T. Qin Xiang snorted in a low voice. Just a moment ago, the only thought in his mind was to press her down summarily. To what do I owe the pleasure? You are not going to ask me to go around once again, do you? asked Hua Xiangyue. Speaking of this, a secretly satisfied Qin Xiang hurriedly took out 6 jade boxes and said, a smile on his lips, "Of course, I came bearing gifts. To be honest, last time I took too much advantage of you, therefore I am here to compensate you." Hua Xiangyue nibbled her lips and said in a low voice, "I accept your good intentions. I'm very grateful about it. However, I know these things will be very useful to you in the future. These things are getting scarcer and scarcer. If you give them to me now, what are you going to use in the future?" She didn't even take a look. She knew Chen Xiang wanted to give her something. Previously, she was just joking. She didn't expect Chen Xiang to bear it in mind. This moved her very much. A warmth flooded her heart. Chen Xiang smiled and said, "Rest assured, I am really not short of them." He ventured that Hua Xiangyue was about to cross her nirvana tribulation, and for that, she definitely needed these things. Therefore, he would not be stingy about it, absolutely. In any case, it was not difficult for him to get them, even a bit. Hua Xiangyue faintly sighed as she opened those jade boxes. Inside the boxes were the 5 sets of resurrection Dan herbs and a fruit of fortune as well. "Don't tell Sister Menger for the time being. She would definitely get jealous," said Qin Xiang as he broke into a mischievous laugh. Hua Xiangyue was quite a proficient alchemist. At one glance, she had noticed that these spirit herbs had just been picked, particularly the fruit of fortune, which had just been picked from the tree. At this instant, Hua Xiangyue was struck with a fearful thought. However, there wasn't any change in her expression because she had associated it with that golden liquid which Chen Xiang had once fed to Lanlan. It was quite similar to the 10,000 years old spirit milk that Danxiang Taiyuan had. She suspected that Chen Xiang quite possibly had something similar to the 10,000 years old spirit milk, owing to which he could grow many herbs quickly. However, the 10,000 years old spirit milk was quite scarce. It was simply insufficient to use in large quant. "One Tai, Menger is yours. It's very normal for you to give things to her. However, what am I to you?" Hua Xiangyue had no intentions to refuse Qin Xiang's kindness. More importantly, she too wanted these things. A perverted smile crept up on Qin Xiang's lips immediately as he said, "Didn't you want to become my maid? Hey, is that still valid?" Hua Xiangyue's eyes immediately lit up. She pursed her lips into a smile. "Of course. Now, you finally realize how good I am." While speaking, she charmingly flung her hair. Her charm made the onlooking Qin Xiang burn with Pa-S, Shaun. "That's better. From today, you are my maid." Qin Xiang, rubbing his hands, said, "Your maid greets, young master." Hua Xiangyue chortled as he hastily bowed to Qin Xiang and continued, "However, you must sign a master-servant contract with me." Master-servant contract? Qin Xiang had never heard of such a thing. It was the first time he was hearing. "What is that?" asked Qin Xiang. "With this contract, I won't betray you. However, you also have to act according to the contract. You must take good care of me." Hua Xiangyue looked at Qin Xiang with a gentle gaze. Right then, Qin Xiang spotted purple spell diagrams glittering in those pretty eyes of Hua Xiangyue. Suddenly, Qin Xiang was shocked as the content of that contract appeared in his mind. "It's done. One day, you will understand why I did this," Hua Xiangyue said with a complex look. At this time, Long Shui blurted out all of a sudden, "This is master-servant death contract. As long as you are dead, this young lady will also die." Having come to know that the master-servant death contract to be so terrifying, Qin Xiang was so scared that fear was clearly written on his face. However, this made it even more difficult for him to understand. To his surprise, the contract was over in a moment of a daze. Having come to know that the master-servant death contract to be so terrifying, Qin Xiang was so scared that fear was clearly written on his face. However, this made it even more difficult for him to understand. To his surprise, The contract was over in a moment of a daze. You are the Lord and she is the servant. That's why the contract was completely so easily. But why did this woman do this? Long Shui found it difficult to comprehend. The same was true for Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu. Noticing Chen Xiang's expression, a frown appeared on Hua Xiangyue's brow as she asked, "What is it?" Isn't this master-servant death contract?" Chen Xiang asked. "How do you know this?" Hua Xiangyue blurted out in surprise. "That's right. If you are dead, I too will die. Since you have taken me as your maid, of course, I would have to live and die with you." Chen Xiang heaved a sigh. "Why did you do this?" "You will understand it in the future. In short, it will not bring any harm to you. Now that I have become your maid, aren't you happy?" Hua Xiangyue chortled. Suddenly, a perverted smile appeared on Chen Xiang's lips as he said, "So, can I do anything to you?" While speaking, Chen Xiang caressed the charming face of Hua Xiangyue with the back of his hand. "Of course, but you can't go too far, unless you have the ability to not let me stop you," Hua Xiangyue said with a chuckle. Her gaze was filled with a teasing look. Chen Xiang pulled Hua Xiangyue in his embrace at once and said with a perverted smile, "Maid Xiangyue, you better take care of this great master well, or else I will smack your ass. No, your ass. S is pretty big, very round, very curvy, very supple." Suddenly, the arm that was holding Hua Xiangyue's waist slipped down, stopping on those shapely T-talks and then, lightly kneading them. He felt really good. So good that he wanted to continue fondling them to eternity. Hua Xiangyue's face flushed red. She immediately lashed out in anger, pinching Chen Xiang's waist. "Little rascal, get your hands off them. I still have important things to do. I will attend you properly later." Kissing her beautiful cheeks, Chen Xiang broke into laughter and said, "Though I don't know what are your intentions for me, but since you have delivered yourself at my door, how could I not savor a free lunch? It would be a pity not to." Hua Xiangyue also gave a peck on Chen Xiang's cheek before she said with a chuckle, looking at Chen Xiang with a gentle gaze, "My dear master, why does it never cross your mind that I might like you? Knock it off. Anyway, I am already yours. In the future, you will have the opportunity to do anything you like to me," said Hua Xiangyue plussing away the dishonest hand of Chen Xiang that was playing with her chest. She had long known that after she became Chen Xiang's maid, Chen Xiang would definitely do these kind of things. She had long prepared her heart as well. Having just tasted, Chen Xiang was infatuated. He was a bit disappointed. However, he knew that Hua Xiangyue indeed had some important things to do. After bidding Hua Xiangyue goodbye, Chen Xiang circled around the picturesque Dansheng Taoyuan and came to the divine weapon Heavenly Empire. At first, he was planning to refine Dawn, but suddenly he recalled the matter of White Tiger Divine Weapon, the Azure Dragon Divine Weapon, the Black Tortoise Divine Weapon, and the Vermilion Bird Divine Weapon had already appeared in the world. However, the Vermilion Bird Divine Weapon was with Lu Menger. Last time, when Chen Xiang and Lu Menger had brought the 3 divine weapons together, they had sensed the location of White Tiger Divine Weapon. In order to confirm the location of the White Tiger Divine Weapon, he needed to find Lu Menger. The last time when he came to the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire was 2 months ago. If he didn't find Lu Menger again, he would be left with no choice but to take a trip to Icewind Valley. After having entered the Divine Weapon Palace, Chen Xiang, by relying on the token given to him by Lu Menger, flamboyantly made his way to the Lu Menger Palace. After entering the door, Chen Xiang immediately saw a woman dressed in a white palace dress sitting on the lawn, looking at a sheet spread on the ground. The sheet was crowded with spirit patterns. The woman was none other than Lu Menger. Last time when Chen Xiang had come here, Lu Menger was still studying these spirit patterns. TLN, I didn't have a proper translation for it. I went with whatever I can think of, but if you have some Chinese shows related to royalty, you might have seen the harem members or princess wearing these dresses. For a clear picture, click here. Seeing this striking empress with such grace and elegance, Chun Xiang's corners rose slightly, revealing a strange yet evil smile. Little rascal, what's the matter? Speak quickly. Don't you know that the entire mortal world is in a state of alert now? Why are you still running around? Lu Menger turned around and said, her face filled with jealousy as she wrinkled that lovely nose of hers and said, I can smell that enchantress, Hua Xiangyue's fragrance on you. Qin Xiang also took a few whiffs before he spoke with a mischievous smile on his face. But why am I smelling a sour smell? Good gracious, have you broken a jar of vinegar? TLN. Breaking a jar of vinegar, meaning burning with jealousy. Humph, hateful little rascal. Did you go looking for that enchantress when you didn't find me? Lu Menger rolled her eyes at Qin Xiang as she put away that sheet on the ground. Making his way next to her, Qin Xiang sat down. Then he took out a book and waved before her as he said with a smile, Guess what is this? The complete refiner's scroll. Hey, hey! Lu Menger's eyes immediately lit up. She had always been wanting to ask Qin Xiang about it. However, whenever she was with Qin Xiang would always make her angry. She simply did not think about it. Lu Menger immediately reached out. However, Qin Xiang hastily put it away and looked at her with a wicked intention. Lu Menger pouted her lips in anger before she let out a soft harumph. With her mature charm in action, she looked extremely cute, infatuating the onlooking Qin Xiang completely. He could not help but rush over and tightly hug Lu Menger's soft body. Lu Menger had already figured that Qin Xiang would surely hara as her first. However, she too had no other way. She herself could not bear to retain her bearing of an empress before Qin Xiang. Very soon, she and Qin Xiang were rolling on the lawn, kissing fervently. Qin Xiang hadn't been intimate with Lu Menger for a long time, and the same was true for Lu Menger as well. At this moment, she was like a delicate flower, accepting Qin Xiang's irrigation and caring. Sweet bee, you. Turf lies were flying in her heart. Tell me the truth. Have you ever crossed this line with that enchantress? Lu Menger, lying on Qin Xiang's body, looked at Qin Xiang with a skeptical gaze. Not yet, but I have seen her big rabbits. Hey, hey, she is but my maid now, caressing Lu Menger's face. Qin Xiang replied with a mischievous laughter. When he spoke of big rabbits, Lu Menger let out a tender snort as she punched Qin Xiang's chest. What did you do to her? Qin Xiang sat up, letting Lu Menger lie in his arm. On one side, he was caressing her smooth and supple hands, while on the other, he was stroking her jet-black hair. Slowly, he narrated Lu Menger about the time when he went to the sacred ancient land with Hua Xiangyue. At that time, I had no choice. Otherwise, your dear sister would have ended up dead. I have but saved her life. Qin Xiang heaved a sigh as he continued. To tell you the truth, I was so embarrassed. S said at that time. You were embarrassed. S said. Lu Menger looked at him with contempt. She also had no idea as to what were Hua Xiangyue's intentions were, however. She knew that Hua Xiangyue wasn't someone sinister. Over many years, Hua Xiangyue had helped her many times. Had it not been for Hua Xiangyue, perhaps she would not have been able to cross so many nirvana tribulations. Caressing those slim and slender legs of Lu Menger over the chiffon, Qin Xiang smiled. I want to look for the white tiger divine weapon. Aren't you curious what that thing looked like? Of course, I am curious. It's just that you, little rascal, have been busier than me. I never found the opportunity to travel with you together. Lu Menger picked herself up from Qin Xiang's embrace. As the topmost refiner of the Chimu mainland, she was most interested in these divine weapons. Qin Xiang broke into a smile and said, When we return, I will give you that refiner's scroll. If I give it to you now, I am worried that you will be completely engrossed in it and would not even think about leaving. Lu Menger gave a fierce look to Qinxiang before she rushed into a room, where she started dressing, preparing to depart with Qinxiang. Chapter 466, Fire God Shrine. Chapter 466, Fire G. Oh, D Shrine Hua Xiangyue quickly changed into a more convenient white tights. Qinxiang noticed that he was just like Hua Xiangyue, who liked to hold chest tightly when wearing a tight, which made him feel very distressed. Xiangyue also likes that. Aren't you afraid of being tightened too much to get hurt? Qinxiang curiously asked, but the reply he received was indeed a blank eye from Lu Menger. It can't hurt, you can rest assured. Lu Menger snapped. Qinxiang chuckled. Where did you hide Xian Xian and Yulan? I miss them so much. They're all focused on cultivation now, especially Yulan. She said that she will compete with you once she leaves the seclusion. This girl really wants to beat you. Lu Menger sighed and said. Qinxiang shrugged his shoulders. Let's go. The location of the white tiger divine weapon was in the direction of carefree Immortal Sea. After Qinxiang and Lu Menger confirmed their direction, they guessed that the divine weapon was within a large whirlpool of the ocean. However, it was merely their guess, and they could only confirm it when they got there. Lu Menger took out the jade lotus frisbee and carried Qinxiang away from the divine weapon palace. After leaving the divine weapon palace, Lu Menger quickened the speed of the jade lotus frisbee, while Qinxiang felt comfortable lying on top of it and sucked the charming fragrance of Lu Menger's body. After 2 hours, the jade lotus frisbee flew up to the clouds, and Qinxiang began to become unsure of his honesty. Just as Qinxiang's hand was about to reach out, Lu Menger abruptly stood up. She stopped her flying plate and looked in a certain direction with an extremely solemn expression. What's wrong? Qinxiang hurriedly asked. When he saw Lu Menger's reaction, he knew that something important must have happened. It's an urgent message from Gudongqin, which is usually used to gather the sect's headmasters. He mentioned the Fire D Shrine in his message. It seems like the people of the Fire D Shrine have arrived at the mortal martial world. Lu Menger's voice was icy cold. She knew that the Fire D Shrine was specifically looking for people who possessed fire spirits, but she wasn't afraid. From Elder Dan, Qinxiang learned that this group was extremely abominable and powerful, but why would they come to the mortal martial world? You go first on yourself. You shouldn't have any problems with your current strength, do you? Lu Menger said. I'd like to see the people from the Fire D Shrine too. Lu Menger firmly rejected. No, you're too weak now. You can't hide your fire soul. It'll be very troublesome if those people observe it. You should escape this in carefree Immortal Sea first. Seeing that Lu Menger was so serious, Qinxiang couldn't help it. Elder Dan was originally from the Violet Moon world, and he came to mortal martial word to escape from Fire D Shrine. Strength of Elder Dan was strong then, and Fire D Shrine was very powerful for him. However, the strongest guy in mortal martial world is Huang Jintian from the true martial realm. To keep in a low profile, Qinxiang didn't fly with the vermilion bird flame wings, but jumping up from the mountain forest below, while Lu Menger also took the fastest speed she could get to reach the divine martial palace. Elder Dan had said that the hands of the Fire D Shrine wouldn't reach here, but they did, which would probably bring a lot of disasters to the mortal martial world. Whereas Su Meiyao and Baiyu must know something about the Fire D Shrine. Sister Meiyan, Sis Yu, you must know something. Now that they're here, so it's fine to tell me. Qinxiang stated. The Fire D Shrine is a large force on the heavenly realm, as well as the only medicine giant in the heavenly realm. We only know that this Fire D Shrine has a very positive image. We are still not sure that if they are the organization that especially plunder the fire spirit. Baiyu said, Elder Dan fled to this place to escape from them, but now Elder Dan is very strong, so he shouldn't have to fear them. Not to mention my master is here. Qin Xiang was extremely worried about this because Elder Dan, Lu Menger, and himself all had fire spirit. Su Meiyao said, "The fire God shrine is indeed very strong. However, in the heavenly realm, the strongest is merely the one who is able to pass the nirvana tribulation. But don't forget that all the fire God shrine in the mortal world can communicate with the heavenly realm. They have many powerful martial arts and knowledge. Just like the king's shrine that has started cultivating its influence sphere in the mortal martial world. However, the king's shrine has just begun, but the fire God shrine has been existing since very ancient time. It spreads throughout the world. Now that they've arrived here, they probably got sent from other worlds." This was the strength of the fire God shrine, because behind him was a powerful force of heavenly realm. Although the resources needed to be sought in mortal world, they could definitely make many outstanding martial artists and Dan refiners with the knowledge and martial arts they mastered. Lu Menger, I stop you from going for your own wellness. If that fire God shrine really is that kind of powerful appearance, I'm sure they will do something against the true martial sect once they know that you have Tai Chi subduing dragon exercise. Such a power that spreads over multiple worlds don't even dare to attack the whole world, not mention a single sect. Bai Yu said in cold, "Fight against a world." The mortal martial world was a very large realm. However, Qin Xiang didn't doubt what Bai Yu has said. "It seems like I have to hide for a while." Qin Xiang sucked in a deep breath. If he wanted to hide, he could guarantee that no one in the world would ever be able to find him. It was a bird task for him with help of Long Shui and the divine techniques he has cultivated. He used to escape from hundreds of divine path warriors. Of course, he had in Luo Tiandor, which was also a perfect weapon to escape. Qin Xiang didn't know why Gu Dongchen was calling on giants of these sects, but he was certain that the fire God shrine would come. Otherwise, Gu Dongchen would not know anything about the fire God shrine. He hadn't been running for long in the forest when he heard a faint dragon's roar. Although it was faint, it was still quite frightening. "It is a dragon!" Long Shui screamed and scrambled out of the left arm of Qin Xiang. The voice came from far away. The dragon is not in its senses, and its voice does have even the slightest bit of vitality. It should be controlled. But this is just a low-grade dragon. Long Shui frowned and said, with displeasure full of her face, "This guy lost all the face of us dragons. He even gets it self-controlled." Qin Xiang said, "Could it be one in the primordial Holy Land?" Long Shui shook her head and said, "Absolutely not. I remember the sound. The dragon's voice was made under stimulation. Seems like it has been controlled by someone with a hard approach. Could it be brought here by the fire God shrine?" Qin Xiang immediately thought of this, which surprised him internally. It's quite possible. The fire God shrine is in conflicts with dragons in the heavenly realm. If they find those dragons that have just evolved in the mortal world, they would definitely attack them. Although the dragons are powerful, humans can still defeat them by using formations or siege, Su Meiyao said. Chapter 467 Mysterious Whirlpool. Chapter 467 Mysterious Whirlpool. If that fire God shrine really came from another world, it must have a very powerful transmission array that could move the entire fire God shrine along with a dragon. Qin Xiang took out the Luo Tiandor and asked Long Shui to perform the God traveling in the 9 heavens technique to determine a target point near Carefree Immortal Sea. Then he began to rotate the rings on the disc. After the SPAC gate opened, Qin Xiang entered it and arrived at a place where he heard sound of ocean waves and smelled the ocean's aura, after which his suppressed heart earlier became much relaxed. He arrived at the sea, where there were rocks all over the place. He sat on a rock and looked at the endless sea and blue sky, with sea breeze blowing on his face. He didn't go to the Carefree Immortal Sea, but waited for Lu Menger. He wondered whether she could catch on him. Did the Fire D shrine exist 100,000 years ago? Qinxiang asked. If the Fire D shrine in the mortal realm specifically engaged on plundering other people's fire souls, Qinxiang would not allow such a power remain in the mortal realm. Otherwise, he would be targeted by this Fire D shrine soon or later. For example, if the Fire D shrine knew that he had the Tai Chi subduing dragon exercise, he would be in a big trouble. No, the Fire D shrine was established after the Great War of the Three Realms. However, its headquarters is in the heavenly realm, so no matter how ancient the forces of mortals are, they can't defeat it. Bai Yu said. Qinxiang picked up a rock and threw it towards the surging ocean. If the Fire D shrine dares to come find me, I won't let him get through it. As Su Meiyao saw Qinxiang having such a resolution, she was slightly shocked. Oh, do you dare to attack the Fire D shrine? If the branch of Fire D shrine here is destroyed, other Fire D shrines will be sent here. Bai Yu also said in astonishment, if you truly destroy a Fire D shrine in the mortal world, if the news spread to the heavenly realm, then you will be against the Fire D shrine on the heaven, which means you will encounter a lot of troubles when you go to the heavenly realm. Qinxiang smiled faintly. There is nothing to worry about. Since the Great War of the Three Realms is about to breaking out, the more Fire D shrine coming here, the better it is. The Great War of the Three Realms would be a huge mess in the future. If too much Fire D shrine were to gather in this world, it would only be a target for attack, and that would be our chance to get rid of it. I'm just talking now. You will know it when the time comes. Qinxiang pulled off his clothes and jumped into the sea, waiting for Lu Menger to come. He waited until dawn the next day, but Lu Menger didn't come, so he had to go to Carefree Immortal Sea alone. The Carefree Immortal Sea was comprised of numerous large and small islands. It relied on the sea to develop, which means it also had ability to explore the oceans. Qinxiang turned into a fish and quickly headed towards Carefree Immortal Sea. He had long since become familiar with the terrain before he came this time. The whirlpool appears every once in a while. Could it be an entrance to a profound realm? I wonder if anyone has been inside before. Qinxiang was a bit worried. He was afraid that the White Tiger divine weapon would be taken away. In just 3 days that he swam to the islands of Carefree Immortal Sea. He casually boarded an island and asked about the time of the whirlpool. There were many small islands here, each one of which would be another one at a distance, not far from here. It was spread throughout a large area. Qinxiang estimated that there was at least one of the size of the king's mainland, while there was one city in each of the small island. There were quite a number of outsiders arriving every day at Carefree Immortal Sea. Moreover, all the people in the Carefree Immortal Sea migrated from the Qinwu continent. Qinxiang speculated that those people were appealed by Xiao Ziliang through some methods, and it became a highly flurries. Plussing area after thousands of years of construction. Carefree Immortal Sea must have some very unique resources. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to cultivate such a powerful force in a short amount of time. After a long time of asking about the small island, Qinxiang inquired about the matter of the whirlpool. The locals met with fear, and most of them did not answer him. Could it be that the terrifying whirlpool concealed some secrets? Why do they all seem to see a ghost when I ask them about it? Qinxiang felt hopeless in his mind. He casually found a hotel and asked for a room. After the waiter led Qinxiang into the room and was about to leave, Qinxiang hurriedly stopped him. Wait. The waiter was delighted. He knew that some people were very generous and always gave him some tips. He hastily turned around with a smile on his face and bent over Qinxiang in the air. Sir, can I help you? The waiter asked in a smile. Qinxiang first took out 10 crystal stones and played them in his hand. Then he whispered, I want to ask you something. If you can tell me, then it's yours. The waiter nodded quickly. I'm going to tell you everything I know. Then, firstly, I want to know something about the nearby whirlpool. Why were others so scared when I asked them? Chun Xiang abruptly grabbed the waiter's hand, because when he spoke of the whirlpool, the waiter's face was completely pale. The waiter wanted to shout out, but he knew that Chun Xiang must be a powerful martial artist. Chun Xiang took out a large pile of crystal stones. There were hundreds of them. He placed them on the bed and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I just want to know about that big whirlpool. Tell me, then it's yours, and there's absolutely no one who would know what you've told me." The waiter looked at the crystal stones and nodded his head. After Chun Xiang let go of him, he said in a low voice, "King Carefree doesn't allow us to talk about this matter. It was forbidden to talk for a few years. Once the Carefree Palace knows about it, they will send people to conduct a ma. S. Saker. There was one time that many people in a city talking about it in public place. Then the entire city was slaughtered." When Chun Xiang heard this, he immediately understood why N.O. Body answered him and avoided him away when he asked. It turned out that talking of that would cause the entire city to be butchered. King Carefree was naturally Xiao Ziliang, and Carefree Palace was the core of the Carefree Immortal Sea. The whirlpool must contain a huge secret that Xiao Ziliang had to use such a brutal method to prohibit stories of the whirlpool from being leaked. Where is the big whirlpool? Chun Xiang hastily said, "It's next to a small island, but the whirlpool hasn't appeared yet. It occurs every other month, and every time it's going to appear, the small island will be under strict regulation, and no one is allowed to go to the sea." The waiter told Chun Xiang the name and location of the island, and he hurriedly left the hotel after he knew the location of the big whirlpool. It took him several days to reach the island. There were quite a few people on it, and it was very prosperous. There were many martial artists on it, all of which were strong. Of course, Chun Xiang wouldn't wait to get there until the whirlpool appeared. Otherwise, he would encounter those Nirvana realm martial artists. Now he transformed into a fish and swam towards the location of the whirlpool. Chapter 468, Fighting Below the Sea. Chapter 468, Fighting Below the Sea. Chun Xiang swam in the sea for a long time. Then the sea suddenly became rough and turbulent. Thunder roared in the sky as gusts of wind blew up, creating fierce waves. Is that the prelude of a big whirlpool? At this moment, Chun Xiang felt a suction force that sucked all the seawater around him into a certain place. Not willing to get in the big whirlpool right now, he hurriedly jumped out of the sea and turned back to a human figure. A stream of air gushed out from his feet, propelling his body into the air. In order to stabilize his body in the wind, he released the wind force of Azure Dragon True Chi, which allowed him to fuse with the wind and fly forward. Suddenly, Chun Xiang realized that a gravitational force suddenly erupted from the front, causing the clouds and the wind in the sky to be pulled over. At this moment, the sky was dark, while flashes that erupted from time to time illuminated the sea that was turbulent and terrifying. Suddenly, Chun Xiang saw a whirlpool on the surface of the sea, not far from him. The whirlpool was small in the beginning, only about hundreds of meters wide, but it gradually expanded to thousands and thousands meters. Is that the big whirlpool? Chun Xiang could see that the dark clouds in the sky suddenly turned into a pillar of lightning that carried a stream of air and was dragged into the middle of whirlpool along with the waves. Long Shui said, "The big whirlpool is absorbing the surrounding spirit chi. It is gathering a very strong energy under the sea. I think that the entrance to the White Tiger Profound Realm should be at the bottom of the sea, and it is necessary to absorb such a huge amount of spirit chi to make enough energy to open the Pa-S, Sageway, to the Profound Realm." Chun Xiang used all his force to keep himself floating in the air and not being sucked into the whirlpool. At the same time, he approached to the whirlpool slowly. He intended to know how to enter the seabed. After the whirlpool devoured spirit chi for a while, it suddenly stopped sucking, but the whirlpool still kept spinning frantically. Just at that time, Chun Xiang saw a black hole in the middle of the whirlpool in the air, from which a light occasionally appeared up. Get in it, quickly! Long Shui shouted. Chen Xiang also knew that it was a chance to get in. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted from his feet, following by a wave of explosion, blasting out a burst of flames. Chen Xiang took advantage of the power of explosion to fly from the air and directly get into the black hole in the middle of the whirlpool. After he got in with his head down, he only saw that a barren wasteland below. It was more like an uninhabited island because it was surrounded by seawater. However, this island was surrounded by a force that prevented seawater from flowing in. Chen Xiang quickly landed on the island at the seabed. The island was huge and covered by a powerful protective barrier that could stop the water from entering, while the bottom of the whirlpool was just above the island. Suddenly, Chen Xiang sensed a tremendous amount of tyrannical spirit qi coming from above, which caused him to hurriedly fly in a certain direction. His speed had reached a limit, and not after a while that he got far away from the area where the tyrannical spirit qi was striking down. Although the island was under the sea, it was not dark, but just a bit dim. Chen Xiang could see the tyrannical spirit qi striking through the opening of the island, along with waves of flashes, after which the spirit qi immediately dispersed. It seems like a few more days are needed to gather enough energy to open the game of Profound Realm. Bai Yu said, now that they'd been certain that there was indeed a profound realm on the island below the sea. It was quite likely that it was the White Tiger Profound Realm. Previously, when Chen Xiang and Lu Menger gathered the three divine weapons together, they could clearly sense that there was something around the carefree, immortal sea that was calling them. It was a very delicate feeling, which made Lu Menger and him to be sure that the White Tiger divine weapon must be in that direction. We got company. There are 3 humans. Long Shui warned Chen Xiang. There were humans down there. Chen Xiang was astonished. He knew that he had been discovered by someone when he came down from above, and those people were Russ. Plussing over here. It was a plain ground down there, without hills or forest. Therefore Chen Xiang had no place to hide himself. How about their strength? Just as Chen Xiang asked it, 3 people appeared around him and sieged him inside. Chen Xiang knew the strength of these 3 people without response from Long Shui. Judging from their true qi, Chen Xiang guessed that they were at the middle or late stage of the spirit martial realm. What shocked Chen Xiang even more was that all the 3 people were wearing golden robes. 2 of them were middle-aged and 1 was old. From their adornment, Chen Xiang was certain that they were from the Holy Light sect. Men of the Holy Light sect had arrived here early, which made Chen Xiang speculating that the Holy Light sect and Carefree Immortal Sea were in a collusion. Although Carefree Immortal Sea refused to join the Holy Light sect at previous time of the hero assembly, no one knew what was in Xiao Ziliang's mind. He almost became the headmaster of the Divine Martial Palace, and now he established the Carefree Immortal Sea only to experience the feeling as a headmaster. The difference was that he wanted to make the Carefree Immortal Sea even more powerful and becoming the biggest sect in the King's mainland. So it was not out of expectation that he would align with the Holy Light sect. I didn't expect that the well-known Chen Xiang, the #1 youth martial artist and alchemist of the mortal martial realm, would be here. The old man from the Holy Light sect expressed a stiff, cold smile, with his eyes filling with killing intent. So as the other 2 Holy Light sect martial artists, they all knew that the headmaster of Holy Light sect hated Divine Martial Palace badly, and Chen Xiang was also a thorn in the light of the Holy Light sect. They would obtain a big reward from the sect if they killed him. At this moment, Chen Xiang was under a huge pressure because the 3 of them were all very strong. He would not be afraid if engaging in a one-on-one fight, but he did not even have a chance of winning if the 3 came together. Moreover, it was the bottom of the sea. They killed Chen Xiang and cleaned it up so that no one would ever know what happened. Staring at those eyes with killing intent, Chen Xiang also grew up an intention of killing within his mind. If someone wanted to kill him, he must not leave him alive. Now, the old man shouted. The 3 martial artists attacked at the same time. Each of them had a sharp long sword in hands and a strong true qi was infilled into the sword, causing the long swords to emit a buzzing sound that pierced through the air and stroke towards Qinxiang with fierce killing intent, just like a bolt of lightning. When the three martial pract. 1. Tioniers of the Holy Light sect started attacking. Waves of intense killing intent erupted from their bodies, which indicated that they were vicious and merciless killers, and they would never be lenient. Qinxiang had long since been ready. As he saw the three men attacking simultaneously, his body trembled and conjured a black tortoise Luotian cover. However, the true qi condensing on the three swords was extremely ferocious. As the sword stabbed into his black tortoise Luotian cover together, a strong vibration was generated and broke up the armor. All of these three people were stronger than Qinxiang. They were attacking at the same time. Qinxiang had no way but to retreat. The three martial pract. 1. Tioniers of the Holy Light sect were secretly delighted when they saw the cover of Qinxiang being pierced. They originally thought that they could penetrate through Qinxiang's body, but they suddenly felt that the sword tip touched something very hard and preventing them from achieving it. Although Qinxiang's black tortoise adamant armor protected him from being pierced through by the three swords, the power still infilled into his body, which caused his internal organs to constrict, and he spitted out a mouthful of blood. "I will be back!" Qinxiang roared furiously. His voice was like a blade carrying a penetrative killing intent. Suddenly, a burst of white light erupted out from his body. Tyrannical and furious dragon force exploded out of his body and formed an extremely strong energy wave that shook the three of them apart. To use the dragon force in a serious injury made Qinxiang spitting out another mouthful of blood. However, now he got the chance to flee. "Leave it to me." Long Shui sighed and turned into a white light enveloping Qinxiang's body, then flied towards the exit of the island. Chapter 469 Making a Hard Decision. Chapter 469 Making a Hard Decision. After the three apprentices of the Holy Light sect were shocked out to fly, the blood and qi within Qinxiang's body also surged. After all, Qinxiang tried his best to unleash the true qi of his entire body as dragon force that was directly infused into their bodies and made his mouth dripping with blood. While they were exclaiming about Qinxiang's strength, they looked at the white light that was flying towards the exit. Just as they were about to catching up, the white light flashed past and flew out. At the same time, a tyrannical spirit qi surged in and sealed the exit temporarily, preventing them catching on. Right now, Qinxiang has not even a little bit of strength. He was heavily injured and risked his life to unleash all of his strength to repel the three people. Otherwise, Long Shui would not have the chance to bring him away. If Holy Light sect could send three of such strong people here, then there must be a lot of good items inside the White Tiger Profound Realm. Bai Yu said, "There should be some good items, but I do not think that the Carefree Immortal Sea is able to hold all of it. Inside the Profound Realm is very dangerous, though the Carefree Immortal Sea sold it to the Holy Light Church to exchange something else." Su Meiyao said, now that Qinxiang was able to escape safely, they all let out a sigh of relief. Long Shui was currently carrying Qinxiang to fly to the distant area of the sea. They could not return to the islands in Carefree Immortal Sea because Qinxiang was exposed and both the Carefree Immortal Sea and Holy Light sect would chase him. The Nirvana Realm. Long Shui was shocked and quickly ran into the water. Although Qinxiang's physical body was seriously wounded, he still had very good consciousness and magic power with which he controlled his immobile hand to take out a piece of L-Ganoderma and swallowed it. Fortunately, he had the holy medicines such as L-Ganoderma that could heal injuries quickly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to recover from numerous injuries quickly over the course of years. Xiao Ziliang is an expert of talisman manufacture, so the people from Holy Light sect must have a messenger talisman. Seems like if I must take Lu Menger along with me if I want to enter the White Tiger Profound Realm again. Chun Xiang was able to speak. He was wrapped in the light that Long Shui released and advanced stealthily in the deep ocean. The sea water couldn't penetrate in, and his speed of progress was very fast. Su Meiyao laughed. Don't forget that only you can obtain the White Tiger divine weapon. The hiding place will definitely be very safe. Otherwise, the carefree immortal sea would have long since taken it away. This was something that caused Chun Xiang to relax as well. He clenched his fists tightly. The people from Holy Light sect wanted to kill him, and he would definitely make them to pay. This Bastar Di Shao Ziliang even dares to unite with the Holy Light sect. Chun Xiang fiercely said, That's a profound realm, so there must be treasures inside. You can announce it to the outside world. That might even draw the fire G. Oh, D Shrine. Bai Yu said. A light flashed through Chun Xiang's eyes. That was indeed a good idea. He needed to recuperate for a period of time, and Lu Menger would definitely enter the White Tiger profound realm at the very first moment then. Long Shui chuckled. Leave it to me. Chun Xiang was brought to a deserted island by Long Shui. The island was far away from carefree immortal sea, and no one would come in a short run. Long Shui waved her beautiful hand in a direction. A ray of white light flight out from her hand and vanished. What is that? Chun Xiang asked in curiosity. One of the 72 transformations. I can quickly move my magic power across to Chimu continent. Once I get there, my magic power will turn me into a person. Then I could control the person to spread the news of White Tiger Profound Realm. Long Shui smiled. Chun Xiang, Su Meiyao, and Bai Yu all sighed in amazement. This technique was indeed very mysterious. Fantastic, right? This is the wondrous use of divine abilities. It's even more powerful that you can create a dragon, then let it to destroy a continent. Long Shui smirked and said, Chun Xiang previously thought that only 72 transformations and Furious Dragon Strike were too few for him. But now he knew that there were many things within these two abilities. Without Long Shui's guidance, he would have no way of learning the power of his magic power or cultivating divine force. The 9 Dragon Divine Technique is also a powerful divine ability, and it's enough for you to cultivate for the rest of your life. All of the things I gave you right now are just superficial. You would know the formidable powers of those divine abilities when you learn them all. Long Shui laughed out loud. Chun Xiang sat on the beach and ate another piece of L-Ganoderma. However, this didn't allow him to recover in a short period of time. Only now did he realize that his injuries were severe and his internal tibia was in a heavy wound. These 3 Bastards, I must let them to die. I must make the Holy Light sect to pay. Chun Xiang said in a low voice, It's impossible for you to raise your cultivation now, but you can increase your physical body and magic power. Long Shui could feel the anger in Chun Xiang's heart. After increasing your physical body, you will have a carrier to keep a large amount of divine sense. Then the magic power would naturally dissipate. I know that both my body and my divine sense must be improved in balance. However, these two are the hardest to increase. Chun Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. Long Shui flashed her eyes as she smiled. I know a way to make you improving quickly. You should know the pain that you need to endure in a short period of time in order to raise your physical body. Of course, Chun Xiang knew, but he wasn't scared at all. As long as he could make him go out of his way, he would like to take anything. How? Chun Xiang hastily inquired. You have the Black Tortoise Strengthening Technique, don't you? You elevated 3 levels when you entered the sect. Now you should think about how to cultivate next. Long Shui asked. Chun Xiang hurriedly took out the Black Tortoise Body Strengthening Technique and read through it. He was now in the 14th level of the Immortal Devil Body. If he wanted to cultivate to higher levels, then he would encounter even more demanding requirements. It didn't take long for Chun Xiang to find a method to cultivate between the 10th and 20th levels. During the process of refining the body with fire, circulate true qi in the body in a specific manner according to the formula. After a long period of cultivating, the physical body will be strengthened. This is the syllabus from the 10th to 20 levels. The next was the formula. The problem is that the method requires a very strong flame that could burn me to die cause. But there would be less troubles, since we do not need fused iron. Qinxiang felt a headache. Lu Menjie helped him the last time he cultivated, and it would be difficult for her to burn his body for a long time. You can't stop when you burn, and the fire must be increased gradually based on your endurance. Your sister Menjie must not have the heart to do this, and she fused with the purple fire soul, which would definitely conflict with your heavenly fire soul. The only one that can help you in Chimu continent is the primordial fire beast under the Yuming abyss, Long Shui said. She already knew the content of black tortoise strengthening technique. Qinxiang was startled. His heavenly fire soul was given to him by the primordial fire beast. The ancient beast was indeed very strong, while Qinxiang had an agreement with it to save it out. Chapter 470 Guidance of the Divine Weapon. Chapter 470 Guidance of the Divine Weapon. Qinxiang shook his head. There should be a formation technique that prevented him from gaining his power, isn't it? You have powerful items like Luotian door, don't you? Long Shui smiled and asked, You're so dumb. Qinxiang's eyes lit up. He laughed out loud and said, I really didn't expect it. The Luotian door could open ASPAC gate, which wouldn't be constrained by formations. Qinxiang used that technique to pot S across a powerful formation in the primordial Holy Land and enter the ruins in which the dragon was imprisoned. Long Shui waited for Qinxiang to regain some of his true qi. Only after he could open the Luotian door did she attach herself to Qinxiang. Besides, she had long since used the D-traveling in 9 heavens technique to confirm the location of Yuming Abyss. The D-traveling in 9 heavens technique allowed his divine sense to fly very fast to a distant place or even through a world. However, Qinxiang did not have enough magic power right now to use this move. After the SPAC gate opened, Qinxiang stepped through it and arrived at the bottom of the Yuming Abyss. Moreover, it was in front of the mountain cave that imprisoned the primordial fire beast. This caused the primordial fire beast to let out a roar, and then a voice rang out from within Qinxiang's mind. Do you finally get the strength to let me out? When Qinxiang reached the bottom of the cave, he once again saw this colossus. He still felt extremely shocked and terrified. Not right now. Qinxiang said while spreading his hands. You wasted my pleasure. The primordial flame beast roared again, with enormous fire blazing around it, which made it furious. Qinxiang hurriedly said, I know a few Nirvana realm martial artists. I can let you to save you, but I don't know if that works. No, I need the heavenly fire soul or a fire soul stronger than it to save me. Otherwise, no one from the heavenly realm could save me. The primordial fire beast said. Qinxiang sighed and said, I came to find you for a favor. Long Shui also came out of Qinxiang's body at that moment. She looked at a small tree behind the primordial fire beast. That was the Earth's core divine tree. Qinxiang still had quite a few of the fruits, though being cut it into pieces. Because cultivating an Earth's core divine tree wasn't a simple matter. Qinxiang kept the fruit nuclei and waited for planting it in a suitable place. After that, Qinxiang explained the matter to the primordial fire beasts that he wished to get a hand. I can help you, but I got a better plan. The primordial fire beast looked at Long Shui and snorted coldly. He really disliked the people from the royal dragon family, but now Long Shui, a little girl, was considering of acquiring its Earth's core divine fruit. Do you got a better way? I just thought of that method. Long Shui said in disgust. Little bulls. I, plus T-Dragon, my methods is much better than your. The primordial fire beast sneered. Qinxiang was slightly excited as he hastily asked, "Then tell us." The primordial fire beast said, "One side of this Yuming abyss directs to the earth's core divine tree, which is my place, but do you know where the other side direct?" Qinxiang and Long Shui shook their heads. They had always been curious about this matter. "I don't know either, but I feel it should be a road leading to the core of the earth. Probably the path is too small for me to notice it back then." Into the earth's core. This made Qinxiang and Long Shui to be slightly excited. That was the core of a world and the most mysterious place of it. Qinxiang heard that Earth's core was the key for a world to maintain its operation. However, even someone like Huang Jintian couldn't find the core of the Earth, and Huang Jintian had always been regretting about it. Not everyone could come to the bottom of Yuming, even including Huang Jintian. Only Qinxiang, who had the black tortoise armament armor, was able to come, so this place was very safe. After Qinxiang arrived here, he made a mark on Luo Tiandor so that he could hide here the next time he dodged. It's hard for humans to come to this place. The reason you're able to come is because you have black tortoise armament armor. This is absolutely not a coincidence. The primordial fire beast said, "The black tortoise profound realm must be nearby," and now Qinxiang knew about it. The Earth's core must be very hot. Even the strongest humans in the mortal world will be melted there, but you have black tortoise armament armor, so you should go there. There might be something waiting for you. Qinxiang nodded his head. After saying farewell to primordial fire beast, he hurriedly ran towards the other end of the abyss. "Little fart dragon, pay attention to the surroundings. My injuries are not healed yet." Qinxiang exhorted, and Long Shui gave him a response. Last time, Long Shui discovered that there was a large amount of living organisms underneath. However, she did not fly to the other direction, as Qinxiang was attracted by the roar of the primordial fire beast. There might be something strange at the place where he was going. There's a large group of them ahead of us. It should be some beasts, and their strength is at stage 2 or 3 of the true martial realm. Long Shui said, "Stage 2 or 3 of true martial realm." If it was the first time Qinxiang arrived, he would not be able to handle them. But now, beasts in such levels were nothing but ants to him. With a thought coming out of his mind, a green light bursted out from his right hand, and the azure dragon, subduing Devil Saber, suddenly appeared in his hand and emitted a green light. After he infilled true qi to the saber, its blade lightly vibrated and emitted a humming sound. As the beating of Qinxiang's intention of kill, waves of fierce killing intent dissipated from the blade. A series of low and deep roars came out of bottom of dark abyss. All sorts of sounds were heard, making listeners scared, while Qinxiang did not slow down but Russ. Plussing straight through it. Suddenly a red light flashed out, and Qinxiang saw a beast with red eyes coming over. Entire body of the beast was covered in hard armor, and it looked like a crocodile. Its body was large and its limbs were thick, with its entire mouth full of sharp fangs. It seems like that big mouth could crunch everything. Blee beast! Qinxiang shouted coldly as he swung his saber towards the creature. The enormous energy surged through the air, and the ferocious true qi surged out. Just like breaking bamboo, the blade easily broke the hard armor of the beast apart, like breaking a chunk of tofu. In the blink of an eye, the aggressive beast was cut in half by Qinxiang, and green blood gushed out from it. After he slashed one, another beast flew over. These beasts all looked the same. Qinxiang certainly wasn't afraid. He hurriedly chopped off with the sharp saber in his hand. The azure light formed saber qi, like countless threads, constant eye, tooting a net with green lights and advancing forward. As it said through, the beasts were cut into chunks by the green made of saber qi. Within a very short period, the strange beast on the road had turned into chunks of fleas. H. Plus there were quite a few of these strange beasts along the way. Qin Xiang was thankful that he hadn't come this far when he came. But now, these strange beasts had been slashed into several pieces by him very easily and were unable to pose a threat on him. Killing these strange beasts only improved some killing intent of Qin Xiang's intention to kill. Chapter 471 Earth's Core. Chapter 471 Earth's Core. Qin Xiang rushed for straight 3 days, along which he killed many strange beasts. When he reached the end, he didn't see anything but a stone wall. Did I ignore something along the way here? Qin Xiang said it in doubt. Long Shui had used the traveling in 9 heavens to wander around here on the way, but she did not notice anything. Beneath the abyss was a straight and wide passage. At this moment, Qin Xiang slowly walked back and paid attention to both sides and the ground. If there was a small hole on the ground, he would definitely be able to find it. He walked back for 2 days, until Long Shui suddenly shouted, "I found a small cave!" The small cave was right on top of the stone wall. As Qin Xiang walked over it, he saw a small cave on the stone wall near the ground. I'll use my divine sense to see what's inside. Long Shui released her spirit sense and entered the small cave. This small cave is very shallow. It did not take long to reach the end, but there are many spirit patterns around it. I wonder what it is for. Long Shui explained with depression. She originally thought that Qin Xiang would be able to go to the Earth's core from the small cave as he transformed into a mouse. Qin Xiang got down on his stomach and touched the surroundings of the small cave with his finger. He discovered that this small cave was perfectly round, while many MPY things were the cave wall, and it took him a while to ascertain that these were spirit patterns. Could it be a keyhole? Bai Yu said. Her words reminded Qin Xiang. He hurriedly took out the azure dragon subduing saber. Although the azure dragon subduing saber was square, it could change into any shape according to Qin Xiang's mind since it was fused with dragon soul. He turned the azure dragon subduing saber into a cylindrical shape that was about the same size as the small cave, so it could just be inserted into the hole. We must try. If we make it, then there must be something in the Earth's core waiting for me to obtain. Qin Xiang took a deep breath slightly. He was a little excited. As he stabbed the cylindrical azure dragon, subduing saber into the hole, he suddenly felt a suction force. Then a light bursted out of the hole, and a square cave suddenly appeared on the ground beside him. It was a staircase leading to somewhere below. It made Qin Xiang being extremely excited. So was Su Meiyao and Bai Yu, because they did not know what kind of state the Earth's core was, and now they had a chance to see it. There might be something waiting for Qin Xiang to get. Qin Xiang pulled out the azure dragon subduing saber and walked down the stairs, after which the top immediately closed, but Qin Xiang heard a beast roar. It was the roar of the primordial fire beast. It also became excited as it saw that Qin Xiang found that path. Go to the core of the earth and cut off that tree. Then let's see how the big lion shows off. Long Shui snorted and said. She kept an idea on the primordial fire beast's Earth's core fruit, but the primordial fire beast didn't even give her a single glance, which made her mad. Qin Xiang shook his head and smiled as he walked down the stairs. This was the staircase spinning downward, and it was very deep. It took a long time for Long Shui to conduct the ascertainment until she realized that something was blocking below. The Yuming abyss was already deep enough, and now that it headed to somewhere even deeper. Qin Xiang felt that the bottom of the stairs should be very close to the Earth's core. Haven't you heard about anything in the Earth's core? Qin Xiang asked. I only heard that it is very hot, and there is formidable flame. Su Meiyao answered, while Bai Yu and Long Shui hurriedly agreed. Qin Xiang flew for 10 days on that staircase until he reached the end. However, there was a door below. Above the door wrote 4 words, Door of Earth's Core. Seeing these 4 words, Qin Xiang and his folks were incomparably excited because they were certain that the Earth's core was right behind this door. Chun Xiang pushed an open stone door, and a scalding aura assaulted his face, which made a man like Qin Xiang who had heavenly fire to feel a burning sensation throughout his body. It could be seen just how strong that heat was. He hurriedly released the black tortoise armament armor to protect his body. Only the armor could resist the terrifying heat waves. He was certain that even a Nirvana martial artist would find it difficult to reach the depths of the abyss. There was still a long way to go, but Chun Xiang could not bear it even at the entrance, and the situation must be worse down there. Who on earth built it? Chun Xiang was extremely puzzled, but no one could answer him. The stone door automatically closed. The temperature inside was even more terrifying, whereas Chun Xiang was fine with protection of the black tortoise armor. I don't dare to ascertain with my divine sense. The flames here are too frightening, and my divine sense would be burned out promptly after it goes out. Long Shui said in fear. Even divine sense would be burned. This caused Chun Xiang to suck in a terrified breath. He could not imagine what he would do after the black tortoise armament armor disappeared. The Pa-S sageway was very dark and Chun Xiang couldn't see anything, but it was filled with a terrifying, scorching heat. Chun Xiang took out a piece of iron, and it instantly evaporated. No wonder only those with black tortoise armor could come to this place. Even a madman like Master can't come here. Chun Xiang's voice was filled with terror. Huang Jintian was the strongest in the mortal martial realm. After walking for a while, Chun Xiang suddenly saw a red dot in front of him, which made him excited. He quickened his pace and walked forward. In a short time, the small dots became more and more numerous. A cute red light flashed out from forward, and he speculated that it would not take long for him to see the Earth's core in Legends. Chun Xiang walked out of the tunnel, and he was right now on a cliff. The red light was coming out from below, and the stones here were very tough. He couldn't even cut them apart with the azure dragon subduing saber. After all, these stones can withstand a high temperature. Looks like the Earth's core is still down. Chun Xiang stood on top of the bluish-red cliff and looked ahead. There was a very wide SPAC in this area, at least as large as the king's mainland. Furthermore, he saw a tree trunk that was very thick and dysprosium. The trunk advanced upward and penetrated some stones. That was the Earth's core divine tree. It seems like you have to jump down, or you won't be able to see the Earth's core. Although she said so, Su Meiyao didn't want him to do that because the danger below was unknown. I will use my magic power to suspend my body and slowly descend. Chun Xiang was determined as he looked at the red light shooting out from below. He must see what there was. He knew that he was not the only one who had come here. The person who came earlier had intentionally set a trap for him to come down here to pick up something. Chun Xiang jumped down. He relied on his magic power to support his body and float up. He slowly descended so that he would not fall into something extremely dreadful. Dazzling red lights filled in the area below. He could not see anything or release his divine sense. It would be instantly pieced apart by the heat after being released. Chapter 472, The Earth Fire Soul. Chapter 472, The Earth Fire Soul. Right now, Chun Xiang felt a little regretful. He could not know when this would end, while the temperature was already frightening enough. He was confident that all Nirvana realm cultivators would die if they came here. Only creatures like the primordial fire beast would be able to survive. Without the black tortoise armament armor, someone in your master's level would not dare to come down. Even those who are a little bit stronger than your master would not. Nevertheless, the Earth's core of the mortal martial world should not be such scary. Could there be something else underneath it? Bai Yu said, "Could there be a fire soul?" Su Meiyao said in surprise, "The last time Chun Xiang and Lu Menger encountered that strange fire soul, it affected a large area. If there really was a fire spirit below, it must be tremendously strong." In cognition of Chun Xiang and his fellows, the heavenly fire soul was a king among the fire spirit, and it was extremely rare. It was given to Chen Xiang by the primordial fire beast. There must be a stronger fire spirit other than the heavenly fire soul. The world is vast, and there are countless worlds. No one could be sure of everything. Bai Yu said. Chen Xiang also looked forward to this. It would be a very good news for him if he were to obtain another formidable fire soul from below. Sister Meiyao, if there is truly a fire soul, I will give it to you. He generously said. It was impossible for him to have another one. Moreover, he didn't want to experience the pain of fusing with fire soul again. Su Meiyao was very happy when she heard that. She smiled and shy and said, I don't need it now. I'm afraid I cannot not bear it. I'm sure that there will be plenty of chances to obtain a fire spirit if I follow you. It is said that the fire soul has a spiritual nature, and it could lead its owner to find other fire souls. Then it could fuse other fire souls and become stronger. Chen Xiang was surprised at this. So, I can still fuse with other fire souls? Theoretically, yes, but what I've heard is that a stronger fire soul could devour a weaker one. The fire soul in the Earth's core shouldn't be any worse than the heavenly fire soul, or at least they are in the same level. It is hard to say. Although Chen Xiang was currently being protected by the black tortoise armament armor, he could still feel the scorching heat seeping into his body, which made him worried that the armor might not be able to resist if temperature below there was even higher. After 2 hours, Pa S said, entire body of Chen Xiang was covered in sweat. He felt like he was about to be baked dry. However, just as he was about to speeding down, the scorching heat suddenly disappeared. What the earth is going on? Chen Xiang was startled because he suddenly felt an indescribable cold. Although this cold caused him to S-H-I. Plusfer, it made him feeling an indescribable heat as well. Chen Xiang told his feelings to Su Meiyao and others. This is the earth fire. Everything extreme would turn into opposite state. It seems that the heat of the earth's core has exceeded the limits of common sense. That's why it developed earth fire. If I'm not wrong, then the fire soul, there must be the earth fire soul. Earth fire soul? Isn't that a fire spirit that doesn't actually but being made up by a group of old fellows? Su Meiyao asked in confusion. That's right, it's actually made up by people. But these are all deductions from the wise people using their intelligence. So it's theoretically possible, which means that the earth fire soul and the heavenly fire soul were a match. They could melt into each other, but also against each other, just like the yin-yang divine veins inside your body. If you can merge with the earth fire soul. Hearing Bai Yu's speculation, Chen Xiang couldn't help but feeling cold. His heart was pounding furiously. He suddenly felt an inexplicable fear, and at the same time an extreme excitement. If you could fuse it, then that is the integration of heaven and earth, the heaven-earth fire soul. This is definitely stronger than the heavenly flame soul or the H-E-L-L fire soul. Su Meiyao took a deep breath and couldn't help being slightly excited. She and Bai Yu had long since known that Chen Xiang was a pervert with yin-yang divine veins. If there really was an earth fire soul underneath, then they could witness the birth of an extremely powerful figure with heaven-earth fire soul. Chen Xiang took several deep breaths and calmed himself down. Does every earth's core have an earth fire soul? It shouldn't be all that much, otherwise it won't be worth it. Su Meiyao said. The abnormal heat caused Chen Xiang to feel indescribably uncomfortable. At this moment, the heaven fire soul inside his body became extremely violent, as if it wanted to leave his body. Chen Xiang's heavenly fire soul was like encountering a great enemy, which allowed him to be even more certain that the earth fire soul was below. I see it. Chen Xiang exclaimed. He had indeed seen the earth fire soul. It was a S of black gas that was Gus. H-I, plussing out a great amount of black gas, which then fused into red lights and turned into waves of abnormal cold and heat and dispersed in all directions. Chen Xiang saw the earth fire soul first before he saw the earth's core. He thought that the earth fire soul would be near the earth's core. He didn't know why, but after he discovered the earth fire soul, the first thought jumping out of his mind was to rush over to it. His mind was full of tyrannical consciousness, and he wanted to pierce the earth fire soul apart. It did not take long for him to figure out that his consciousness was affected by the heaven fire soul. He also unknowingly rushed out, while the black earth fire soul also flied over to him. "Damn it! Don't you want to give me some preparation time?" Chun Xiang shouted out. It was very painful to fuse with fire soul, and it would be even worse if two fire souls were to fight and fuse together in his body. "We are done." Chun Xiang whined in his heart. The earth fire soul had already crashed into his body and spread into his flesh and soul. After the earth fire soul entered his body, it was as if countless poisonous insects were biting his flesh and soul, while the heavenly fire soul and the earth fire soul were even in a conflict. Each of them wanted to devour each other in the fighting. All of this was not something that Chun Xiang could control. He could only endure the pain that was worse than death. At this time, his black tortoise armament armor was also retracted back to his body because it was also part of his body and had to fuse into it as well. Su Meiyao and Bai Yu were both extremely worried. After seeing that Chun Xiang was no longer protected by the black tortoise armament armor, the two girls' faces turned deathly pale. However, Chun Xiang was not immediately eliminated by the scorching heat, but continuously falling down. The heat that erupted from Chun Xiang's body was much higher than the temperature in the Earth's core, and it also served as a protection. The heart-wrenching screams echoed in the S.P.A.C. of the Earth's core, and the temperature became even higher due to the fusion of the two extreme fire souls. The continuously falling Chun Xiang suddenly saw a huge fireball below there and seemed like it was made of magma. "Is this the Earth's core?" Chun Xiang was extremely terrified at the same time he endured the pain, because he could not control the falling of his body, and he was about to falling into that terrifying fireball. Chapter 473, The Heaven-Earth Fire Soul. Chapter 473, The Heaven-Earth Fire Soul. Chun Xiang did not get much time to think before he fell into the giant fireball. The incomparably scorching heat seeped into his body, making him to feel like he was about to melting. However, he was happy since his body was still fine, although it was very painful. The heat being radiated from fusion of the heavenly fire soul and the earth fire soul within his body was even hotter than the earth's core. Chun Xiang could do nothing but bear it. He felt that if he could master such a powerful flame in the future, he would be unimaginable strong, even hotter than the earth's core. Black tortoise body, strengthening technique, now. Su Meiyao shouted. Chun Xiang's consciousness was still there, but he was unable to use the true qi within his body. He couldn't making his true qi running according to the spell on the black tortoise body, strengthening technique. Even so, he still attempted to do it. Now he was in the heart of the earth, which was like a huge furnace. Incomparably hot flames were frantically destroying his body, causing him endless pain. If his spirit wasn't strong enough, he would have fainted long ago, but he could definitely not faint under such circumstances. However, it was no doubt a good opportunity to cultivate the black tortoise body, strengthening technique. He was sure that, as long as he could get through it, his strength would increase by a great deal. In this agony of pain, his spirit was tempered, as well as his divine soul. Chun Xiang knew that if his body was controlled by the heavenly fire soul and earth fire soul, there would be no good outcome for him in the end. He might be tortured to death. Now the two fire souls in his body were fiercely fighting, and Chun Xiang would not allow them to continue. "You're both mine." Chun Xiang made his heart hardened. His magic power suddenly surged out and circulated in his body, carrying the true qi into his body to run according to the black tortoise body, strengthening technique. At the same time, he urged his magic power to suppress the two fire souls, which consumed a large amount of power since the two fire spirits had already melted into all of his cells. Chun Xiang knew that his magic power had extensive usages, but unfortunately, now his magic power was insufficient and he almost used it up immediately. He had to use it to suppress the two tyrannical fire souls, while simultaneously instruct his true chi to circulate within his body. Just as his magic power was about to run out, the teenager in his consciousness suddenly opened eyes. This little person was Chun Xiang's divine soul. He looked exactly the same as Chun Xiang in his teenagers. He grew up from an infant and was still growing up. After the little person opened his eyes, a surge of magic power suddenly surged out from his body, making Chun Xiang to be extremely joyful. He hurriedly used the flow of magic power to conduct his cultivation, and at the same time, fused the two fire souls. After he had enough magic power, Chun Xiang felt much better now, though his body was still in incomparably pain. Now he could only control the situation inside his body and urge the two fire souls to fuse together. The black tortoise body strengthening technique was a divine technique. It utilized a very extreme way to temper one's body and allow one's physical body to strengthen rapidly. Now, Chun Xiang could clearly feel his flesh body strengthening. The 9 circulation dragon divine technique. It is also a good time to cultivate your divine soul. Long Shui shouted. Originally, Chun Xiang was worried that his endless magic power might disappear if he circulated the 9 circulation dragon divine technique. However, since Long Shui had said this, he would definitely not be affected, so he immediately circulated his technique. 2 divine techniques, one of which for cultivating flesh body, the other for cultivating divine soul, could complement each other and product even better effects. Now, Chun Xiang felt that time passed, said very slowly because he was indulged in endless pain. Shui, why he suddenly has so much magic power? Su Meiyao asked doubtfully. She and Bai Yuyu had always been paying attention to Chun Xiang's condition. His situation finally stabilized, which made them much more assured. I wonder why he's so lucky to comprehend the realm of boundless magic so easily. Generally, the little person appears only when he's in an urgent need of magic power. Few in the divine path can do it. Long Shui said, judging from his current speed, he'll need at least a month to fuse the heavenly and earth fire soul. Bai Yuyu said, Chun Xiang himself knew very clear that the progress of fusion was very slow. Thinking that he would stay here for a long time, he couldn't help but shouting out loud. The earth's core was filled with the heart-wrenching screams, but after a month his voice suddenly stopped and the earth's core calmed down again. After a short period of silence, still, a burst of arrogant laughter sounded out. A pillar of fire suddenly gushed out from the gigantic fireball in the earth's core, and Chan Xiangfei, who was in the earth's core, rushed out with a huge pair of fire wings on his back. Chun Xiang successfully merged the 2 fire souls. The fire souls within his body had become the heaven-earth fire soul, which, although looked like an ordinary flame, was accompanied with much stronger flame than before. Haha, the heaven-earth fire soul. UBASTARD from the Holy Light Sect, I'm coming. Chun Xiang's entire body was covered in flames as he fluttered his majestic vermilion bird fire wings and flied forward. Not bad. Your divine soul has cultivated to the figure of 18 years old, and your mortal demon body is also in stage 18, which is quite harmonious. Long Shui praised. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu were both happy inside. Chun Xiang's flames had become even stronger, which would help him a lot when he cultivate Dan in the future. After his soul and body had improved a lot, Chun Xiang felt that his strength was indeed much greater. Chun Xiang followed the route he had come on to return to the Pa'as, sageway beneath the abyss, then flied towards the primordial fire beast. When the primordial fire beast saw Chun Xiang, it let out a roar. It is out of my expectation that you could go to the earth's core. Just like I thought, there's an earth fire soul there. You are a lucky dude. Hee, it's all thanks to your advice. Chun Xiang said with a smile. Your current fire soul should be strong among all the fire souls. Of course. There's someone still stronger than you. Don't be too proud. Remember to fulfill your promise. and I will be waiting for you here," the primordial fire beast said. Chun Xiang walked out of the cave and took out the Luotian door. He confirmed his target and opened A-S-P-A-C gate. After entering the S-P-A-C gate, he came to the small island. This uninhabited island was very close to that whirlpool, and now that whirlpool had been closed. "It looks like we'll have to wait a few more days." Chen Xiang couldn't help but worry. He was worried that the 3 Holy Light sect martial artists were not there. "Wait 2 more days, then use your Luotian door to get in as it is about to opening. You must go in ahead of time, because now many people are waiting for the whirlpool to open, and then come in." Long Shui smiled. Only now did Chen Xiang remember that Long Shui had already released the news of the White Tiger Profound Realm. The strong forces in Qinwu continent would definitely come after they knew that there was a Profound Realm. It was almost 2 months now. Perhaps people from the other continents would also come. It should be known that a Profound Realm was like a treasure trove. In this era of resources shortness, it posed huge attractiveness to every sect. Chapter 474 Ambush by Heart-Penetrating Demon Eyes. Chapter 474 Ambush by Heart-Penetrating Demon Eyes. Chen Xiang took out the Luotian door and asked Long Shui to investigate the location of the island underneath the sea. He would now enter the island in secret and kill all 3 of the Holy Light sect martial artists who fought him. He guessed that the 3 men must still wait there. They could wait down below even if the whirlpool didn't show up, so that they could enter the Profound Realm at the first possible moment when it opened. Chun Xiang speculated that once the Profound Realm was closed, all people inside would have to come out, or they would be in danger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have seen 3 men from Holy Light sect waiting outside the last time he reached there. Of the 3 people from the Holy Light sect, that old man is quite powerful. So you better get rid of those 2 middle-aged men quietly at first. Su Meiyao said. Chun Xiang nodded. It was hard to ambush a strong person, now that his body and soul had risen, but not his true qi, so he still had some pressure to deal with the old man. Of course, he had the last dependence, which was the power of Long Shui. He didn't know what level of cultivation Long Shui was, but she was definitely stronger than him. After the SPAC gate opened, Chen Xiang performed his 72 transformation technique and turned into a stone in the size of a head. Then he flew into the SPAC gate and appeared again on the seabed island. Although it was very flat, there were quite a few rocks. No one would notice if there suddenly was one more of them. Although Chen Xiang had turned to a rock, he could use his magic power to suspend himself and then move forward slowly. The island was surrounded by a powerful formation technique that prevent one from getting inside from external SPAC or reaching outside from in. If one wanted to enter or exit, he or she could only pass through the whirlpool, which opened periodically, and had to get in before the strong force rushed in. Chun Xiang could see clearly under the dark seabed island. His current divine sense was much stronger. Very soon, he discovered the 3 Holy Light sect martial artists who attacked him before. These guys did not send extra people. Do they think that I need a very long time to heal my injuries? Chun Xiang secretly smiled in his heart. His injuries had healed in the earth's core long ago. The 3 martial artists of the Holy Light sect separated into 3 different positions, and they were very close to each other. Once someone came down, they could attack from 3 directions in the fastest rate. All 3 of them were sitting with their legs crossed. It seems like they were cultivating, but it was obvious that they were constantly on high alert. However, they would never expect that someone would come in and quietly approach them in a figure of a rock. Chun Xiang was so careless the last time that he was injured by these 3 jointly. He would never allow that to happen again. The spiritual aura is very dense here. I wonder what kind of resources there are in the White Tiger Profound Realm that make the Holy Light sect to agree to the conditions of Carefree Immortal Sea. Now that the matter of the White Tiger Profound Realm is disclosed, let's see how they would handle it. Qin Xiang was secretly delighted. Long Shui just used the traveling in 9 heavens to look at an island in the distance, where quite a few people had gathered. In order to be more secretive, Qin Xiang turned himself into a smaller rock. It was only the size of a walnut, and it moved very slowly. No one would find him without strong divine sense. But he was still worried. If we get closer, this guy will observe me. Qin Xiang noticed that the middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes and looked over. Qin Xiang had already experienced the strength of these 3 people. They were indeed very strong, especially the old man in the lead, and their strength was at the top level of profound martial realm. Wait for the whirlpool to open, and there will be quite a few movements. You can move quickly while the tyrannical aura comes in. Long Shui said, when a tyrannical aura surged in, it would create a wave of air currents. It would indeed be very convenient for Qin Xiang to conduct his action at that time. However, when the time came, those strong martial artists that were waiting outside would also come. So his time was very limited. He had to get rid of all 3 of them before the whirlpool appeared. Qin Xiang waited for 4 days, until the island suddenly shook violently. Taking this opportunity, Qin Xiang used his magic power to levitate himself and moved towards the middle-aged man. After the island shook, a large circular hole appeared above the center, which meant that the large whirlpool was about to opening and appearing on the surface of the sea. It would devour surrounding spiritual energy and open the gate to the White Tiger Profound Realm. Now that Qin Xiang had arrived behind the middle-aged martial artist, he was merely an unremarkable stone, and his aura was restrained. That middle-aged man wouldn't even notice him. No one would believe that a person could transform into a small rock if he or she did not know that there were 72 transformation technique, like Qin Xiang did. The middle-aged man opened his eyes to look at the hole above and closed. Qin Xiang quietly turned into a rectangular rock. Suddenly, 2 eyes appeared on the rock. The best way to sneak was to use the heart-penetrating demon eyes to straightly pierce through the enemy's vital parts, especially when the enemy had no guard that the technique would succeed. Go to HELLUBASTARD. The 2 eyes on the rock suddenly shot out 2 faint red lights, one of which entered the middle-aged man's heart, while the other pierced through the skull, and the red light that entered the skull contained an extremely destructive power that destroyed the consciousness of the middle-aged man. In just a moment, the profound realm martial artist died, but it seems like he still sat there cultivating with his eyes closed. Of course, Qin Xiang needed to eliminate the corpse and traces. However, he was not able to do it now, so he quietly poured a flame into the middle-aged man's body. The flame was very docile and had no temperature under his control, but it could burn the corpse to ash in a second once Qin Xiang operated his thought. After easily succeeding, Qin Xiang moved towards the middle-aged man in the distance. Qin Xiang felt that he could become the king amongst sins, but he needed to keep this ability secret. Several hours said, and the first wave of tyrannical auras engulfed in the whirlpool surged into the room, causing a gust of wind. Qin Xiang also moved towards the other middle-aged man while the dust and dirt were flying on the ground. Martial artists in the utmost level were precious to every sect, especially if they were young and had potential. These 3 utmost level martial artists must have high statuses in the Holy Light sect. Otherwise, they would not be sent here, and the Holy Light sect would definitely feel heartbroken if they were killed by Qin Xiang. When Qin Xiang arrived behind the middle-aged martial artist like he did last time, all of his movements were exactly the same as before, and he easily killed the martial artist whose cultivation was higher than his. As another wave of tyrannical aura gushed in, Qin Xiang moved behind the old man. However, he was not sure if he could make it, because the old man from the Holy Light sect was more powerful than the 2 middle-aged men. After he was prepared, Qin Xiang, who had turned into a rock, released 2 rays of red light. That was the heart-penetrating demon eyes. Just as he was about to succeeding, a faint golden light suddenly appeared on the old man's body and blocked out the evil lights released from the demon eyes. The old man turned his head abruptly in an extremely fast speed. He immediately saw the pair of eyes on the rock. He remembered those eyes. They belonged to Qin Xiang. This caused the old man to feel incomparably shocked. Qin Xiang's eyes could actually grow on a rock and sneaked up behind him to ambush. Plus the old man was shocked. He reached out his hand and grabbed it. His hawk-like hand held a very strong true qi, but when he grabbed it, the stone suddenly exploded and Qin Xiang appeared before him.